We're here to play a game.
Hail Caesar.
All right. So,
Hail
welcome.
silvery barbs.
Yes, hail, all things. If you're watching the stream, thanks, appreciate it, joining us here. Ill-fated, coming into session 10, I believe, so that's awesome. Going through the recap real quick. The party was continuing through the pass, and something had kind of happened, right? You all were making your way through. Kalan had mentioned this trail, right? You got to that point. You began to go up there, right? And there was conversation amongst you all that was, do we do this, do we not, right? It was a little bit of a disjoint, which eventually led to an encounter purely based on the conversation, right? And afterwards, brought back to the actual pass, noting that no fight had occurred and that there was the agreement and that thing that had been kind of done seemed to have survived, right? You heard something troubling in the night. Pressing forward in the early hours of the morning, trying to avoid what it was that had caused crashing of trees, a large roar in the air, familiar to you at this stage. You passed into the valley finally, making your way down from the actual pass. And you came across the edge of the tree line, the southern frosthorn, came across a wagon that had kind of bludgeoned and smashed. One of you decided, hey, look, there's this hole in the ground. And walked right up to it. The trees toppling down all around it. This massive millipede insectoid-like creature spitting off a great amount of heat. Protrude outwards, a thick kind of shell, large compound eyes, red sharp teeth, mouth, as well as organs and things for stimulus across its face, and fans and whatnot for burrowing. These kind of razor sharp kind of claw-like legs that kind of came outwards from around underside of its body. Didn't fully emerge itself. It stayed within the hole. And it attempted to swallow someone whole as it emerged through. Not succeed per se. Eventually it kind of ducked down, drawn to the movement of the actual mountain goats caravan. It consumed one and burrow. Smashing through as kind of emerged, twisting its body. Those parts fell down. The mountain goats consumed, burrow consumed. And then it was defeated. You all had conquered this beast, this creature. But during when it was conquered, it toppled down onto the lead wagon. And its heated body, superheated as the blood was coming out of the creature, it had interacted with the oxygen of the air and literally sparked flame. It started catching the wagon on fire. Now, the materials and the contents of the wagon most likely will survive. But the wagon itself was irreparable. Kalan and Timothy both survived. One wagon still in tow. And as you began to kind of contemplate, figure out, right, one of the mountain goats made way, ran off. Kalan, in anticipation of saving these goats, had actually let loose on the lead caravan, which eventually actually led to them still being alive. We had a nice conversation with one particular mountain goat, which came back. The enticing of food, but the other one did not. Made way to Lake Kith on the ice. That is when some of you, overcome by conversation. Familiar characters in your stories as they kind of went out to you. Enticed by this, one of you touched this place below the ice. Statue and these orbs swirling and glowing, faint vibration of the water. It was Maldor that touched. And in moments, the world around you was not the same. All of you were brought to a place. Sandy beach, a village surrounded by a palisade wall, gardens surrounding, dock behind you, a large bay, galleons in the bay, an island there. And the screams of the people inside of the village erupted. The smell of burning, sounds of the crackling wood. Horseback, soldiers with heavy armor. Two figures. A human boy and a high elf that had some wood elvish features to it, wearing the beautiful piece of bronze-like metal armor, wearing a weapon of the same caliber of that metal, bejeweled, held onto the boy's hand, and was running down a cobbled path that made its way into the sandy beach towards a boat that was docked on this rickety, broken dock, the sailboat, and was just running. Behind them, in tow, were soldiers. They were wearing surcoats that had these gold, yellowish suns, white backdrop, red trim. There's two types: foot soldiers, with glaives, long swords and shields, and then paladins, more heavily armored with winged-like features from the helmets as well as the back, similar to a hussar's armor. They had shields and long swords. As soon as you were brought there, one of the foot soldiers had decapitated a woman who knelt down, reaching out to cast magic. Decapitated them at the entry of the palisade gate that was half open. And immediately initiatives were rolled, and a fireball was thrown. Boom! Yeah, it was over before it began.
You decapitate magic users. The magic user doesn't really like it.
Doesn't hesitate. There's bits of information.
The kind of witchcraft I can get behind.
There was bits of information that were provided from the language of these individuals. One of them noted as the Telthars. They also seemed to be at war with magic, specifically arcane. And the third piece was given by the elf, and that was their name, Lady Sindar Elena. And also seemed to be surprised that you all did not know that you were who you were, who she was. But the conversation to them was quite irrelevant. They were not there to speak to you or interact with you. They were there to get the boy to safety. And they were there to do it as quickly as possible. Upon the boat leaving, and you left the sandy beach, you looked back at the palisade wall, which was no longer a village behind, or the wall itself. Instead, it was snow reaching into mountains. Eventually, brought back to the north side of Lake Kiv. Alon, Timothy, not with you. And in the current condition, as after you have just fought the beast, the creature, immediately upon coming to this place, these large wolves, similar to dire wolves, but with frozen icicle fur, spikes and certain things with bluish glowing eyes, breath of cold, immerse themselves, seemingly camouflaged in the snow and ice. They stood up, coming out. One of them introduced themselves, called themselves Levrus, marked you as chosen ones, and that they had been awaiting you some time. That is where we're going to go ahead and start.
What witchcraft is this? Was it you that brought us here?
Levrus, still head lowered. The rest of the wolves just simply standing, looking in your direction, not in hostile positions or poses for pounce. No, I did not. We are simply awaiting you. We have waited.
Please raise your head. No need for that.
This is the head. Of course, chosen one. As you wish.
We are a little confused. We don't really understand the chosen one, the whole idea of it. We may not remember why we were chosen or how, but we've been called that multiple times and we don't really know why.
Perhaps my master can help you understand why you are chosen. We are to take you there, as per the prophecy.
Who is your master?
Our master is King Grimar Yufin of Monsag.
Okay. Well, I don't think standing out in the cold is going to help us. So
Finally, some answers. Count me in.
Yeah, let's get some answers then.
Yeah. Let's follow the talking wolves.
Should we send word back to what the
Kalan.
elf Kalan,
Come on.
not to wait for us?
There are others of you.
There are two of us left on the other side of the lake, I think. Wait, are we still at Lake Kiff?
Mm-hmm.
We were escorting a caravan to a nearby town. So they're with us, but this is our group.
Do they need help?
We don't know.
Of course, chosen.
I mean, honestly, it probably would. I mean, they did just lose a couple of wagons.
Just lets out a howl. You see there are 36 of these wolves going to come out from the haunches about 100 feet to the east as they begin to run across the lake. I hope they will not be scared. It will help them.
Oh, they will be.
Poor Timothy.
Kalan will probably be fine. It's
Yeah, it
just
should
the
be
rest
fine.
of them.
Timothy
I
is
mean,
going to shit himself.
Poor Timothy.
I mean, I could probably message them, or send a message?
Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea.
Yeah. Don't attack the
Probably.
wolves might be a good.
Who should I actually send it to? Timothy or
Full
Come
on.
on.
Kalon? Okay. Yeah,
Tell her
I'll
to
just
take good care of Maldor Jr.
I'll just cast sending to Kalon.
Okay.
And just real briefly say, okay, so quick FYI, we have no idea where we are currently, but there are some ice wolves coming to help you. Do not shoot them.
I think he made it to do not.
Okay. Send the message
I should
out.
probably actually, expend that too.
So getting the message outwards as you kind of send it out. Immediately, I believe, let's see. Okay. You know that they've received the message, so you have an understanding that they have received that message from, that they are still there after you've sent it. It's unclear a little bit as far as how the wolves are going to be helping, but based on what you've just provided, LaRousse, I have an idea that they're interpreting the information that they're going to get them to their destination of where they were attempting to go originally, or at least helping them and stay put, and camp out, and survive at least. There are a great number of the wolves as they make their way across the ice, and as they do, you notice from the actual talons, the claws, as they kind of go upon the ice, they actually form more ice above, and they actually kind of grip on, similar fashion to the snow, and that they're not harmed by difficult terrain on snow or ice conditions. In fact, they move faster upon it. As the rest of the wolves surround you, they actually begin to kind of come off of the rocks and through the thickets and kind of surround. They just lower themselves down. It's for you to ride them. So they're kind of lowering themselves for you to
We can
get on
ride
top
the
of them.
wolves. That's so cool.
Dragonborn riding a wolf. My dreams have been fulfilled.
I shall ride upon a wolf.
Okay. No need to move tokens if you don't want to. It's
Yeah, I'll go up to the leader and
theater of
climb
mind
on its
here.
back.
Yeah, theater of mind for sure. So getting upon the backs of them and getting upon mounting them. One of the things that happens as soon as you get on is that there is a heat about them. There's an atmosphere that they're kind of creating about them. So even though they have icicles and ice and things embedded into the fur, it's actually quite comfortable around them. The heat given off from their body is warm, it's inviting, and it's breaking away from the harshness of the 18-degree Fahrenheit and the winds kind of coming around you and the snow falling down. As soon as you get onto them, they begin to move, and they head in the direction of north and west, and they're aiming to get towards the northern Frosthorn Mountains. I'm going to go ahead and activate the scene here. So you're on the north side of Lake Kiff, so they're kind of heading at an angle there to get into the mountains in the scope. There's still evergreen trees, similar fashion to the south side, where the trees are kind of pushing. So eventually you get into a forested region with thickets and other sorts of game and things. These creatures can move at a great speed through the conditions. You are noting that they are moving roughly 120 feet per turn if they need to across the snow or the ice. They also are moving in a manner that they don't need to navigate on trails, as their paws do not go into the thick snow. They just glide on them. They're kind of this magical ability that they're kind of just coming upon the snow and they're not going through it. Right? So they don't need to be on a trail or anything. They're just coasting through. As you begin to kind of zigzag, eventually you come out into a clearing, and then you see that there's paths beginning to form after many miles of travel. I'm going to go ahead and advance the time clock here to a couple hours or so here. And this path begins to work on switchbacks as you're kind of working through. And throughout the journey here, You can't necessarily hear anything because the wind is hitting you across, the snow is hitting you in the face. You're kind of just holding on as best as you can as these wolves are just carrying you through. There are more eyes inside of the shadows of the trees as the sun begins to fall. The blue eyes of the wolves. There are more than you see here and even down within the valley, so they're kind of watching and looking in your direction as you go through. You're unable to see anything but the eyes, as they actually can just completely camouflage themselves. Without a successful perception check, you wouldn't even see them. As you begin to work your way up, eventually there's large totems out of trees that have been cut down from evergreens, around 60 to 70 feet tall, some of them. They have these runes that are attached to them as they make themselves down. Each segment of every 10 feet of the tree, a different rune is provided. This language is not something I believe any of you actually can speak. So as you're reading the actual runes, none of you are able to kind of work your way through as understanding of what the language is. These totems themselves continue in a fashion for some time, and eventually you're noticing that there are hulking figures within the trees kind of shifting through on the southern end of some structures that are forming on a kind of a plateau or a bluff that extends outwards on the mountainside. These hulking figures kind of thrash through the trees, humanoid, bipedal, and just by looking at them, they are roughly 30 or so feet tall. Eventually, you make your way to the base of this area. It seems, from the hulkingness and the trees as they move through, that the palisade wall that's in front of you is made from solid pillars of trees, lashed by rope at certain times. 2 platforms behind them stand. The actual gates begin to arise as you're moving at a quick pace through. The figures upon the actual platforms, just solid wood that's been built in similar like a log cabin style. They are frost giants, 30 to 35 feet tall, standing upon with great bows with massive arrows upon the backs and quiver. They're wearing kind of the patchwork or hide armor of different creatures. Many of them you're seeing now coming in through, 2 flanking you on either side as they move and open the palisade wall, shifting the weight, making large noises. Now you're seeing the community huts, different sorts of log cabin structures and things have been pitched around. Many of them have different kind of clan symbols as they're holding them too. I was going to try to play this ambiance, but it's not playing, so let's see if it works now. There we go. The actual symbols across some of their patchwork or hide armor is similar to dyed kind of colorations or tattoos upon their flesh, and they are great variety, suggesting that there are numerous amounts of giants here that are allying themselves to different sorts of groups or clans. Each kind of segment built within the evergreen trees, it's a forest up here. They've been using the timber to build the structures themselves. They have communal areas in the intermix of the centers of the clan themselves. They have their huts and different things are pitched around it. Great amount of smoke billows from pyres of wood as they kind of move through. There are notable structures, one of which appears to be a massive kind of wooden and hide leather-covered structure that sits on another sort of subsequent plateau or higher area of the actual community that you're walking into, braced by itself by another kind of wall that's similar to the entry you've come through. You're headed directly there, right? That's where you're going. The wolves are taking you to this large structure, which is here. As you come through, though, the frost giants making their way out of the trees and the communities of housing and huts that they currently have, with the log kind of cabins, these kind of housing, they are coming outwards, and immediately they're going down to a knee. As they come outwards and they come down to a knee, they move the hand towards the chest and they just lower the head. As they begin to mutter in unison to themselves in the crowd that is forming in the kind of the line as you're making your way through, they're saying Nim song. Rest of it, though, is languages you don't speak, so they're speaking giant to themselves. They all are kneeling down. There are a variety of different giants. Many of them are traders. are artisan kind of individuals that work on skinning, hide work, essentially lumber. It's diverse. It's essentially a town, right? The whole realm of culture up here. There's some that have kind of crooked staffs, so they're kind of holding them with different kind of totems of bones, and other toward of giant runes completely tattered across their flesh and piercings of a variety of bonework. You come to now the interior wall that's there. That gate swings open prematurely before you are kind of rising through. The Great Hall, a large wooden structure fit with leather hide and bark roof. The siding is built from towering horizontal logs fitting each other like a log cabin. Giant runes are inscribed within the log, showcasing the might and power of the frost giants that roam these mountains. Large evergreen trees have been trimmed on the tops and implanted to form a menacing 20-foot palisade wall. Right, so that's what you're kind of coming through. These two wooden towers that are there are similar to the ones that are on the other side that you've kind of went through, as well as fitting all around the kind of higher raised area that has that bluff, right? Because it's sitting about 25 to 30 feet from the level you're currently at, right? And so there's more of those platforms that kind of surround the Great Hall and many hundreds of feet away, right? So you're barely able to see these, maybe through the trees and the towers kind of hulking over the canopies, sitting upon them. Many of them holding great bows, axes, right? Very crude kind of weaponry in your minds from what they could potentially have. As you come into the space, it's a large semi-arched entrance. There's no door or gate or anything at the entrance of the Great Hall facing the southern side. It's about 35 to 40 feet in width and ranges about 60 feet in height. It's kind of a built, cut-out area of the log itself that kind of comes through. This massive, draconic skull totem protrudes outwards and kind of curls down with kind of two kind of talons almost coming to one back, one forward underneath it. Covered in giant runes, you just kind of run in. The stone tiling mixed with stone bedrock foundation of the Great Hall kind of hits into the claws of the creatures you currently ride. In this Great Hall, this area is fit into the western kind of eastern wings and a central kind of main area, all of which are primarily for trading and drinking, feasting. This whole area is riddled with frost giants of a variety. Fires and pyres are pitched. They have their own bedrolls, kind of hides and leathers hang out. Wagons and carts are in here that they're pulling through themselves, selling wares, right? There is a level of community that they're just kind of feasting and eating, and everyone having their own segment. This Great Hall is well over 1,000 feet from west to east, supported by massive stone or wooden pillars, giant runes that are carved around them. They support the kind of wooden rafters, if you will, these log beams that span great amounts. And upon the log beams and through some of the actual pillars are banners of the clans in specific spots of the Great Hall, kind of segmenting the maybe perhaps the Great Hall is divided, if you will, to actually specific kind of areas for the many different clans. It becomes countless, the many you can count. You count over a dozen now. You continue to count 13, 14, 15. It just doesn't end, the amount of banners that are up here, the different groups of the frost giants. One thing that is the same across the Great Hall is the bonework of decor, specifically dragons, femurs, tibia. I mean, it's just endless, the amount of bones of draconic parts and other sorts of creatures that have been preserved in immaculate condition that are dangling from the rafters, the actual wooden beams of the Great Hall. They themselves are just massive in structure, dwarfing you all in size, not only by the frost giants, the furnishings of tables and chairs and the barrels and the pillars and just the structures themselves, but the bonework and things. It's just, you're just the small creatures in a very large place. You're being brought to the most central area of the Great Hall. This 10-foot sunken den fills itself into a lava-like pool. Bubbling in front of you, crackling lava spits itself from a rim of 1.5 feet in a sunken den-like area upon a kind of a balcony of sorts, a stone throne. Sitting upon this is a frost giant. Around tables, chairs, giants drink covered in bone-like armor, draconic and other sorts of creatures. Battle axes. They have ale horns. They're drinking, filling themselves from large barrels. Statues dedicated surround you in the central area, each of them to a specific frost giant. Giant inscribed upon the feet, many of the different parts of the stone. The individual that is here on throne is about a 5 to 8 foot taller than average male frost giant, adorned in ancient glimmering white draconic scale, wears a matching helmet on the head, wields a large great axe, don't mind the token, great axe with a bluish gem in the hilt. It sits on the side of the stone throne, which is very plain. It's built from solid bedrock, just carved that way. And it kind of floats this frost, and that rolls off from the throne and off of the actual balcony that hits into the lava, right? So it's kind of, this weapon is just glowing with the frost. It's making this very large radius around it, even when it's not wielded. This individual just has the hands, the fingers crossed through, and is just looking down into the lava. And as you immediately come through, the wolves bow their heads, they lower themselves down, and entice you to dismount.
All right.
Dev gets up very uncomfortably. He's just not a horse rider, so not much as a wolf rider.
Same here.
Okay. See the figure begin to rise, standing up. Grabs the axe, puts it upon the shoulder. Hulking figure standing up, even now taller, being on a balcony that is roughly 5 feet from your current position on the floor, rising and standing up. Many of the frost giants around you are forming around you. Right, they're standing up from their tables, turning and looking. Others have followed you from the outside. Others in the Great Hall have come, now forming a circle around the space, just watching and staring.
I would think seeing everybody looking at him, Varys would like get down on a knee and bow his head to the king.
It has come. The chosen ones have arrived. Levrus, I thank you. Go, feast. Eat to your heart's delight on the hunt. I will call you when it's necessary. Bow the heads, Levrus whispers, good luck, chosen ones. They turn and run into the crowd of giants. Through their legs, they disappear. My name is King Grimar Ylfin. I am king to all jarls and clans of frost giants that have united themselves under Nimsa. Pact that was created over 1,000 years ago to slay a great elder white worm known as Javarig and their spawn, so we may put to rest all white dragons that plague the Frosthorn Mountains and our people. Step
We
forward.
know what to add to that list.
Each of you, tell us, who are you?
I'll step forward. I am Varus Willow, the second son of House Willow, and I'm the holder of the black stone. And then I'll bow my head.
I'll step forward. I am Maldor Gentile, champion of Helm, warrior of the Astral Plane.
Thanos will step forward, arms crossed. I'm Thanos.
Hiya. I'm Jeff, Don Bluff.
I imagine Steven is AFK now, so. This is...
I had to move inside. It's a thunderstorm starting outside. I was plugged into a receptacle.
Oh.
So I'd step forward. And, Lucar and Helieth, avenging my clan, and I would hold out my redstone kind of in between my claws, just to my side.
Welcome. Really wished Tegan was here. Who is the bearer of the white stone?
Oh no.
Yeah, that's rough.
Are we gonna act like Tegan says it?
I can roleplay with myself at this point. No.
That is
Tegan,
unfortunate.
it is
Like, let me
unfortunate.
make a drink.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. I was really very disappointed they were not going to even play. So, step forward. Tegan introduces themselves and then declares themselves as the bearer of Whitestone. Immediately, King shakes the head. Begins to move through the crowd, kind of pointing in directions and things. Bring these chosen ones where they will sit and drink and feast. On doing that, you notice that there is individuals that are coming outwards that are bringing tables, chairs, but not in like what you'd imagine in a sense of like big size, right? This is small. They begin to bring this out and they begin to funnel these chairs through, and they are your size, kind of coming through and laying down
that kid
little chairs, right? And then they begin to pull out little horns, right? Setting them down, little forks, little plates and things. They're just like beginning to furnish a table, and they're laying down leathers and hides underneath, right? And they're kind of creating a space. And then one of them has a small barrel, pushes it, it's tapped, filled with mead. They've made a barrel specifically for all of you, full of mead. It seems to be old. A lot of the stuff is extremely old, weathered at this point.
Is it dirty?
No, it's not dirty. It's
Okay.
it's a
I was
little
gonna
bit.
clean it if it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean you can clean it if you want. It could be a little bit dirty.
Yeah, I'll
little
press the
bit of a-
digitation it clean.
A little prestidigitation.
Yeah.
Sit, drink, eat, and feast. We will. Grabs the axe. This comes downwards onto the throne, smashing it into two pieces. Straight through, frozen in ice, many of different blocks of stone that kind of topple through, then falls to either side, throws down the axe, reaches the hand into the throne, pulls out a small, tiny white gemstone. Holding into the clutch of the palm, steps down. What are you gawking at? Drink, eat, feast. See the crowd cheers, and they begin to drink, eat, and feast.
This is so scary.
Imagine the barrel of meat that they brought out is basically the size of a small cup for them.
Yeah. Pretty much. So the king waltzes through, kind of stands there. See someone come through the crowd, grab a chair fit for the size, sits down on it. Large creak and almost like kind of a quake within the ground, right? You're like kind of shake a little bit, sits down on it, lays down the Gredex to the side, and then begins to lower down the stone towards Tegan. Upon doing that, Tegan takes the stone. Man, I really wish Tegan was really wish they were here. Oh no! Takes the stone, and upon doing that, begins to do something that's similar fashion with the dukes. It raises as they do become liquefied, cracked into each other, and then they begin to reform. And as they begin to reform, it forms into a shape of a trapezoidal prism. As it becomes cylindrical, so essentially two prisms on the side connected to that 3D structure. As it doors, it forms into the palm there, falling down, palm and the hand. Tegan then takes a seat. As King raises the hand, horn is placed, filled with mead. One of the giants holds the barrel over top, fills it. Skull! Entices you to drink.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Just downs it.
Swings it down, sloshing across the face, moves the hand over. This is a momentous occasion, chosen ones, for the prophecy to finally be fulfilled, and a time is never greater, of paramount importance.
So, what prophecy is that?
Which is the prophecy that the chosen ones would arrive and help us to put an end to all of Javarig's spawn. We have worked over 1,000 years slaying a great number of them, but one remains. Ithrin. This one is protected. 8 long years we have fought this dragon, hundreds of us perishing and dying of its might, as it's protected by some sort of magic.
Yes, we have encountered this one. We saw his protections up close.
We were helped long ago by an old wizard named Magello. Slaying of Javarg, as well as dwarves. Javarg was cunning, a beast larger than we've ever fought before. With their help, slayed her. Jello gave us this prophecy, told us to wait, and to give the Bear of White Stone the 4th and final piece they would need, vanquish Javarig's spawn.
You know, what's the significance of that whole thing?
Do not know. I was simply to give.
Do you know why we are chosen?
Chosen for this prophecy, to slay Javarig's spawn.
Yeah, do you know why we were chosen for it?
I do not know. Perhaps it is the skills you have or the magic you possess. And, well, with this 4th and final piece to the Bear of White Stone, maybe that could bring this dragon down. Our giant's magic has no use. We have tried to bring it, but every attempt has failed. My master forger Kultil, even with the magic imbued from the ancient bloodline, is unable to create weapons that penetrate through the barrier. It is unheard of.
So there are 4 pieces of this gem contraption, you say?
We're told that this would be the 4th and final piece.
Well, about that.
I see concern on your faces.
We currently only possess 3 of those pieces.
We know where the other one is, but it's in possession of, someone powerful who is we have an agreement with, but I don't think he would just give us the stone.
It is currently around the neck of a dark dwarf prince deep underground in these mountains.
Underdwellers.
Yes.
Disgusting. We cannot help you in obtaining this piece.
Yeah.
We are too large. May be able to send Levrus and the pack with you.
Are you familiar with the mining town southwest of here?
No. We do not partake in smallings.
We negotiated a peace between the underdwellers and that town. We let them live in exchange for not attacking the villagers or disrupting their operations. Our concern is that if we wage war on the dwarves, they will retaliate against that town. Is it possible protection could be arranged for the villagers?
It can, and it will be done.
I wonder if it'd be possible to negotiate for the stone rather than, just waiting through and battling dozens or who knows how many of them.
We can try. But it sounds like we really need this stone, regardless whether they want to give it to us or not. I mean, I think... I don't feel like the dwarves have earned themselves peace by any means, attacking every cart that tries to travel out and attacking miners and stuff. So if we
It
can't
was
get
a
it...
piece of convenience.
Yeah, I don't think if we don't get that stone peacefully, I think we will have to just take it.
And take it we
We're-
shall.
Were I to choose allies, I would choose frost giants over dark dwarves.
Yeah, they also didn't attack us, so...
Indeed.
I think for us to have any possibility of negotiating for the stone, though, because I doubt he would just give it to us out of the goodwill of his heart, I think we would need to exchange something, whether it be something or a favor or something.
Yeah, what do we have that they would be interested in?
I have no idea.
I will gladly exchange my crossbow bolt for the necklace.
Singular. Speaking of which, yeah, I have 18 crossbow bolts.
Well,
Are
Lucar,
you
it
in
seems like
need
you
of
might get to
weaponry?
find out.
Wedding
I
belt.
could use a resupply.
I'll just have it in my quiver. Just, I've used literally 2, because I started with a full 20, and I've used 2 the entire ever since. I generally resort to magic, obviously.
He likes to use his words.
Yeah,
If you are in need of weaponry or enchantments, you may visit Kultil, our master forger.
We're sure
Do you
gonna
have-
be...
They will be
do you have
honored,
any spellcasters here?
not in the context of smalling magic, no. Our magic comes innate with our blood, and we use very minor and vocabulary of what you can do.
Okay, thank you.
Like, how much would any of us, me specifically, obviously, know about frost giants? Like, just
You come
beyond
from?
the... Probably, I would imagine just the very basic, like, they're big, they're white, you don't mess with them, that type of thing. But
You probably don't. You've probably never interacted with frost giants. You just heard tales of frost giants. So, frost giants are raiders. So they actually will raid coastal towns and villages, not for partaking of killing smallings, is what they're referring to you all, but taking coin and pillaging. And they mainly conduct naval warfare, so they set upon ships. That's
They're
what
very
they.
similar to like what Vikings would be.
Yes, yeah, exactly. They're very Viking traditions, raiding in the summers and things. Now you have not heard these stories for a long time. And from what the king has maybe told you with your ability scores here, just your passives, I think you might be able to work out that what the king has been stating is that there hasn't been like time to do those raids. But we follow canon here. Frost giants are evil. Okay, so that is canon. And that is what your stories will tell you if you read through your history, and something you would even know is that they actually raid Kingdom Deadmore in the eastern of Soloris region.
they've just been preoccupied lately.
Potentially. Frost giants are
That
not
word.
Frost giants are not on Balthus. There's hill giants in Balthus, but there's no frost giants.
So we would be removing the thing that has kept them busy.
Well, could we make one request of you then?
You have already made a request of me to protect this Smalling village. What is your second request?
Just to not raid the Smalling village. They don't have much.
We do not have use for this place. If we did, we would have already raided it.
Fair.
Okay.
I would be
So-
interested to peruse your, what did you call it? The Kilton?
A Master Forger Crutil.
Kultil, yes.
Yes.
Would also like to speak with them.
Of course. But first we drink. I need to see what you chosen ones are capable of. What will you put to wager?
Indeed.
Boy.
What do you mean? Put the wager. What does that mean?
The drinking
Just-
contest.
Common
Allows you to
tradition.
have a drinking.
In order to
Ah.
friendships of trust and
Maldor.
bond.
Pulls out a bag that has dark steel ore in it and drops it on the table.
Let's see. I will wager my belt.
That look.
Isn't
Last one to sit in the chair wins. Are we agreed?
Wait, what chair? What?
Agreed.
This art?
Let's do it.
Fills the horn. Skull.
Go.
Go.
Down. Everyone roll con saves.
Oh my god.
Thanos is going to not drink? Just an FYI.
Can I guide this myself, or would that be considered cheating?
Wait, why did I roll with advantage?
I'm not sure. It came through, giving you 2 dice there, but it's separated, so I think you clicked it twice. So it just was. It looked
Oh,
like advantage.
okay, I didn't mean to.
Guidance has verbal and somatic components, so you'll be.
Yeah, I'm saying, would that be frowned upon doing that?
I mean, I think that's for your character to interpret. If using magic to gain an advantage would be something that these giants would frown upon. It's up to your character. I mean, and have they ever
Yeah.
seen a guidance spell? Right. But they just think it's you doing something, right? Of just like prepping yourself up, or maybe it's you being. That's why you're a chosen one. 'Cause you're,
I honestly feel like Zeph would just straight up ask him I mean,
Yeah.
I'll take the 21 straight up, but for future, it's like he'll just ask, do you prefer us to just drink it straight, or do you care if we ate ourselves?
What do you mean by aid yourself?
Magic.
You wish to use magic in this contest.
I always prefer magic to anything, but
Is your friend? Is this funny for you? This is serious.
He means no insult. He is unfamiliar with your ways. Do not insult our hosts. Zeph.
Please.
well, that's
This
why I
is
was
an
asking.
ancient tradition of my people. Form friendship and bond, as well as trust.
So that's a no. Okay, that's all I was asking.
I actually am really impressed with you, Ashley. I think it's really good. Yeah. Not a lot of people ask that. All right. So we have a nat 20 coming out. Mulder, we have an 11. Lucar, we have a 10. And Zeph, we have a 21. That's a.
I like how the 2 beefcakes rolled the lowest.
Yeah. And then Thanos, you're not participating.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh shit.
See, what you didn't know is back home, Varys was drinking all the time.
He's just an alcoholic. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the moment he's been waiting for.
All right. So
Yeah.
Maldor and Lucar, you are both getting.
We're
You're
not vegan.
there. You're drunk. We do you want Tegan in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Why not?
Increase the odds, right? Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's roll the save.
I mean, he's participating in pretty much every other aspect.
Okay, 16. Nice. Okay. So with 11 to 10, you barely succeed. Okay, so you are both drunk at this point, right? Swaying side to side just from one, this luxurious, beautiful, aromatic, high ABV giant mead. It's the
High gravity
drink
meat. I'm about it.
of the gods. So you're kind of pressing your lips.
It's just that
Skull!
blows my mind.
Fills another one.
That just
Oh,
blows my
down.
mind. You roll 11 with a +7.
Slaps it down onto the table, cracks a bit off of your small table. Oh, apologies.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Roll another con save.
Oh boy.
How about
Oh,
that one?
That's not.
Yeah, coming back. Mel is rallying. Oh no! Oh no!
Roll.
That is not good.
Whoa.
That's not good. All right,
Fuck this
So-
game.
Varys, you are drunk. Zeph, you are drunk. You did not succeed. One more failure, you will
What?
be intoxicated
Oh,
out
F.
of your chairs.
A
Lucar,
4 didn't
you
succeed?
have had a 4, the barely success on the past one. You are absolutely intoxicated. That is a success and then a failure, one more, and you will be out of the running. Maldor with a nat 20, you rally. Come straight through. You were drunk, but now you shake a little bit off. You're getting pumped. You still have the effects, but you're now into the competition. That's just kind of going through. Tegan succeeds again, gets an 18, so Tegan is completely
He was the
unfazed.
secret alcoholic.
Oh, another raises it up. It's just downs it all.
Jesus,
I need another
this
save.
guy's a monster. Does he look drunk?
No.
He's like 40 feet tall.
What do you think the con
Oh,
mod of this?
God.
What do you think the con save of this individual is?
I have no idea.
Probably a plus
oh
10.
no, Luke!
Oh, no.
Oh no! Lucar after drinks maybe a quarter of it and then types back into the chair, bam! Crashes down to the ground. You see the king chuckling a little bit. Ooh, little dragon folk. Zeph with a 7, you tip back, fall over, unconscious.
Done. That's how you
Two.
do it.
Out of the running. Maldor, you fail, but you are still there after your rally, drunk now. You're stepping side to side, unable to fully comprehend, but you're still in the competition. And now we come to Varys. Varys, fortunately, you have failed twice now, and you as well fall unconscious.
Oh, but I had the nat 20 to start.
Come through. Now, I'm going to go ahead and
God,
roll a
that's so
save
rough.
for Tegan.
Oh,
Ugh.
I should have used my inspiration. Damn it.
Do you
Tegan
still
has
have
one.
that?
Tegan is now
Yeah.
drunk, but it's not tipped over and fall. I mean, you can use it
And-
if you want to take it.
I mean, it's all way past by now, but I just completely forgot about it.
Yeah, no, it's all right if you want to retcon it. We're just having fun here. You really want to use your inspiration?
Oh, can I
Sure.
chrono shift
Alright.
mine?
You
My
can
turn?
You can chrono shift it
Yeah,
if you want.
I'm gonna
Just you guys
chrono
are gonna
shift
start a
my
fight with the
turn.
first
All right, so we're getting a chrono shift out.
No. See.
Yes! Woo!
So Varus with a 19 after chrono shifting, you are succeed, and then Zeph
What?
using your inspiration is an automatic success in my games.
Oh, okay.
So you automatically
works.
succeed on the check. So you are both still there in for the running with only one failure.
Somehow, barely.
So all
Failed
all of
conscious.
you that are in the running have had one failure. So one more failure, and you're hitting the table. So all of you are drunk at this point. You see the king completely unfazed. Another.
That's not gonna go well.
Oh god.
Come on.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Still Maldor.
All right, Varus and Zeph, drunk, passed out, falling down. The 10
Chrono
and the
shift
11.
again.
Chrono shifting again. All right, give me another roll.
Yeah.
One good roll and the rest were shit.
Nope, I'm done. I'm
No,
done.
you're done. Maldor still in the running. I'll roll a save for Tegan. 20 from Tegan. Tegan's still in the running. Drunk, both of you, but still succeeding. King Greenmart Yilthing with a 27 on the last roll raises it upright. Unfazed. Skull! Down to
Cheers.
another.
This guy's a monster. Woo. Nice.
All right, with a 23, you are saving, but now becoming far more difficult to save. You have succeeded. See as Tegan falls, even with a 17, falls unconscious, falling back into the chair, drunk and out of the running. King and you, Maldor, still left at the table, squinting down towards you. Only one left.
Do you want to talk or drink?
Skull! This one literally drives
Cheers.
behind the king, filling the horn over and over again. Fills another one, raises it. Mano y mano.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Or with an 11, he sees the king, drinks first failure here. He's swaying side to side, getting a 16 on the roll. Maldor with an 11, you fall unconscious.
with a shot.
Looks towards you, Thanos. You did not drink!
I did not. I find it rude to leave my companions in this state without someone to protect them.
You do not know our ways, then. That is fine. Claps a little bit as it does. You see a couple individuals wearing these runic kind of colorations with bone work and other things dangling, many different piercings, the staffs as well. They begin to come as they take these large bowls. They take little tickles of it, droplets, and begin to kind of spoon feed it into your mouth. This do you begin to completely be removed of any intoxication.
What? That is so cool.
So
Why
the
did I
king
use
takes one of the
chrono shift?
bowls, drinks it completely. Eyes slightly glow with this blue for a brief moment. This is our magic.
It is quite potent, as is your
Uh,
liquor.
Best way to phrase this to you, Zeph, is that it is eerily similar to a lesser restoration. So, not necessarily divine magic that they're casting here, but it's relevant to the same line of magic.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna pop up, be like, Maldor, did you win?
I don't think so.
Because the king
I
don't
takes the
remember.
spoils of the victory. Begins to put them underneath the chair. Grabs the belt. Well, Drake, it is difficult to outcompete me. There is a reason I am king.
Of course.
Thank you
Do
for
not, do not fear
welcoming us
yourselves.
in.
I am very surprised, points towards Maldor, that you stayed for so long.
I'm heartier than I look.
Yes, you are. So, do you have questions for me? Now to business. We are friends.
Where do you know where the dragon's whereabouts are?
We do.
Like where their lair is?
My master hunter, Yuving Volsong, has hunted many and slain Gerard Spawn. Him and his kin have tracked this beast to the base of Helvaric Peak, surrounded by its allies, creatures that owe respect, spawns of its own. Wolfing Volsong and their kin accompany you all to this base of this peak. They know the journey through and can shroud you a little bit from these allies, making the journey safe. They also will move quickly as you will ride them.
So it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody. Our first stop is to see the weapons guy, and then we're gonna go see how we can get this other stone.
Basically, yeah.
Well, then we might kill a fucking dragon. What a story!
What have they learned of the protection the dragon has, and why this fourth stone will negate it? Is it just the prophecy?
We were simply told the Pact of Nimsong formed, and my life, as well as others, became eternal until this pact was achieved. This wizard told that we were merely to give the fourth and final piece. I long speculated that it would help the Chosen to achieve their prophecy of slaying Javaric's spawn. But as we went through, slayed them, over the many thousand, over 1,000 years, many hundreds of years, did not know if it was necessary for you to come, for you to arrive at the stone being provided. Till 8 years ago, Ethrin, grown, adult size, larger. It was tenacious, ruthless. It was unlike any other, done on hide and secret shroud. It attacked us in daylight. Hunted us. And as we struck, this barrier pulled our weapons apart, broke them as pieces of metal. As we casted our magic towards it to ensnare and bring it down, this barrier erupted, purple and pink, and it negated any effects of our magic. Then I knew perhaps what the stone was for, and why you chosen would arrive. So we waited 8 long years. Hundreds of us slain. We are cut down below half of what we once were. You've arrived. You have come. Perhaps that was necessary, and for you all to be here, to slay this dragon.
Yeah. We were really unaware of this prophecy until very recently, so this is all still a bit jarring to hear.
Of course.
These dragons seem to be intrinsically tied to a larger war to the south. Do you know anything of the war that is going on?
I do not. We do not involve ourselves with smalling affairs. We are put to the task by Thrib to earn honor and glory, slaying of dragons, so that we may
This is
earn
your
a
deity.
seat. Yes, so we may earn a seat in the Great Hall of Thrib, and dine with them and live for eternity.
Killing dragons definitely makes for great stories.
The wolves that you ride on, they are Thrim's creations to serve us in our endeavors. They are created with the blood of dragons.
Wait. Did you just say they were created with the blood of dragons?
That is correct.
How does that work?
And you said these wolves would accompany us to get the white stone back?
Yes. They will take you where you need to go, and they will go as far as they can. But they are large. These underdwellers. They embed themselves like a rot. A stench that cannot be quelled.
Yeah,
I
for sure.
can-
The towns we
speak
had
to
to
this-
go were small, rather small.
Yeah, it's rather cramped. So what will you do, you and your clans, once the dragon is destroyed? It's from my understanding the singular thing bonding the tribes together that you fell this beast.
Once Nimsong is achieved, and all of Javarag's spawn are slain, my eternal life will be ending, and I will be brought to the Great Hall of Thrym. Clans will go about their business. I'm hoping the community of Monsac that I had formed will continue, unite us together. But,
So you march towards your death.
of course, this is only a life to serve.
In many ways, so do we all.
We should probably meet your blacksmith and see if we can get better equipped for the journey ahead.
Indeed.
Of course. Lowers both arms down, standing up from the table. Come aboard.
Oh, I hop up immediately.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing.
Begins to put you on the shoulders and holds out the arms. Taking the axe, kind of puts it towards the back, kind of going with these rungs and these ropes, right, to kind of get a sheath at the backside. And begins to slowly begin to walk out of the Great Hall.
God, this is so cool.
So leaving outside of the Great Hall, you begin to walk through. You notice the king does not go through the entry that you made way. It's simply just going off of the bluff. It's just like walking down off of it, right? Something that you would seem almost impassable to you all is easily accomplished by the king. Immediately, each frost giant that you run across here is giving respect to the king as well as yourselves. Noting them as a figure. There is not any wolves present nearby the king at this point. There's no guard or anybody. The king is just there and is free to move through. The respect is earned by glory and honor. One would not dare not fight against that. One thing that was mentioned by the king is that their life has been kind of made eternal by potentially Thrym through the Pact of Nimsong. So the giants you're encountering on your travels do not have this same eternal life. Not all the giants are like that. And so this is a figure perhaps that is someone that has been recognized by their family lines for a great deal of time. Passing through, the king is making a straight shot towards the forge. It's not going through Nimsong, which is a structure dedicated towards that pack, which is essentially a long drinking house. A 2-story with only 1 floor, big, large, open building Kind of these semi-arched kind of gaps within the log cabin-like structure. Smoke billows from it, many different chimneys. It just creates this euphoric effect of kind of smoke around it, similar to what was happening in IROC. Cheers, laughter, boisterous is happening. It is a drinking house, right? It is an ale house, right? So, and it kind of has a crossing through the river, which is partially frozen, that goes through this community. King just walks into the ice to the river, goes down to the big chest, and just continues to walk through it with you on the shoulders and arms, holding you upright further so you're not getting cold and wet, and continues to make way across towards the forge. A leather and hide roof reinforced with metal stands about 40 feet high. Much of the siding of the single-story wooden structure has been removed to allow for ventilation. At the center of this large structure sits a large anvil and quench tank. Dangling on hangers from the open wooden frame are various smith's tools, much too large for a medium-sized humanoid. Nearby, to the northeast, sits a metallic and stone bricked well oozing and spitting lava. A large 35-foot-tall rune-covered stone forge sits just west of it. A smaller kiln supports it to the south. Stone and metallic riveted slabs sit on either side of the anvil from west to east and are fit for either making armor or weapons. On the anvil, 2 hammers on either side, both covered in giant runic symbols, and etched within the framework of blue as they kind of interweb around them, glowing, is a slender and muscular frost giant. Wears very little, besides a kilt covering the groin. Scars caused by hot ash and lava scatter the body. There are very little hair, besides a single braid that goes down to the mid-back, funnels through the top of the head. All about the body is giant runes. All of these runes are currently alit, as well as the veins of this giant. They glow with blue, and smashing it into the weapons with large sparks over and over again. Now coming into the space underneath some of the canopy work, King slowly begins to lower you down. The king speaks. Util, how is Korvog the Forger working today? Sees holding the 2 hammers, turns around and looks to you. As soon as he does, you see the eyes glowing blue, the same veins across the head the giant's runes covering. They work well, my king. So now he takes the hammers and puts them together as they combine into one large warhammer. Sets it down. Large quake, the ground moves and cracks, then falls down to a knee and lowers the head. My king, are these the chosen ones? They are. They have come for weapons and enchantments. So the hands to all of you to speak.
Hi.
Hello.
While I had hoped to best that fine garment away from your king, in lieu of that, Maldor pulls out his broken, bony, winged greatsword. I shattered this in battle with your foe Erethan. I was hoping that perhaps you could repair it and bolster its strength for when next I meet this beast.
It will be done, chosen one. Set it upon the ground.
Places it down in front of him.
Where'd you get that sword, by the way?
You talking about me?
Yeah.
I've always had it with me since I was in the Astral Sea. It was a commission from my position as leader of the Fists of Hell.
Do you have any crossbow bolts of, yay size? And I'm gonna kind of hold out my hand crossbow.
to him that's like little bitty toothpicks.
Yeah. Anything you clean your teeth with?
Do not, but I will make them.
Yeah. Man, he could, if he made those regularly, he could fit so many.
200 at once. Just
Yeah, I can't
was-
wear armor or anything as a wizard, right? No.
It would,
Okay.
yeah, it would hamper you. So
yeah, you could wear it, but you'd have disadvantage on everything.
Okay. Well, I'll just hang out and look nice.
I would look around at all the dragon bone adorning everything, and ask what he has available to create armor for someone of our size.
I have enough, but I might be able to make white dragon scale. Size. I am capable of making plate as well. But I do not specialize in armor. We do not wear it.
you do primarily weapons, right?
That's correct.
I don't use weapons much, so
I would also pull out the sword we got from the eye monster, and ask what he knows of it.
Come closer. Pulls up Kolvog, Forger, points the hammer down, metal towards, grabs weapon. It's kind of beam as it shoots out of the hammer. Begins to kind of pull it over towards the actual anvil. Sets it down upon the anvil. Splits the hammer into two pieces. Turns back to you. I will not harm your weapon.
I nod.
Strikes once, twice on it. Sparks begin to fly a little bit. See as the hammers begin to entrench the actual blade, kind of connects them back in, forming into the two-handed. Kind of forms the blade now, inscribed upon the actual metalwork in this bluish kind of light that's traced in the veins of the actual metal of the hammer. Looks at it, staring into it, moving the head side to side. Turns. This weapon was forged with two different types of dragon's blood. Red and gold. It's enchanted with ways I do not know. Just powerful. Ancient.
Impressive. Thank you.
Again, kind of moves it. Again, that like almost telekinesis, right? As that beam kind of forms down towards him, sits down. There's one last thing. It has been forged. Towards the lava. Similar manifestation. Hinting that it's been forged in lava.
Awesome.
Is there anything else?
I mean, now unless you can do something with this, I just hope the dark steel dagger I got from the Duragar.
I can put an enchantment on it, or I can work with your shield.
My shield?
Yes, I can enchant your shield.
Oh, that would definitely actually be much more useful for me.
Then I will do that. Set it down.
Yep, I very gently.
Nothing else, then.
You mentioned you had plate mail available.
Do not have plate
Did you?
armor available. I can make it.
That is something I would be interested in, but the blessing of the weapon is of higher priority. I don't want to overtax your graciousness.
Then it will be done by tonight. Casts. Come in a couple of hours. My king. Goes down to a knee and looks. King now kind of moves the arms down to pick you all up.
Right. I'll hop back on.
Yep.
Ditto.
Same.
Alright, hop back on. King puts it on his shoulders, and you get to walk away. See now. School Teal begins to work. Enchanting, fixing these weapons. This mystical forger. Alright. Going across the river, the king is just simply headed back to the Great Hall at this point. Kept walking through.
I will ask him. So, what's that sort of ovalish structure to the north?
That is Storvald. It is a arena. We prove our worth, particularly to trade. We have some of Etherid's spawn in there, kept captive to the previous master.
Interesting. Is that the sort of thing you tend to make wages on?
No.
Would you allow us to train against Etherin's spawn?
May participate, yes.
That should be interesting.
This is something you wish to do now.
It would probably be best, I think, until after we get our stuff back.
We have a few
That's fair.
hours to spare, and you said there was a few hundred of them in our path. Wouldn't hurt to know what they're capable of.
I agree. We done. It's to walk you back. So you're wanting to get your weapons first.
Yeah. Because, like, I would have a lower AC without my shield, so.
Okay. So get your weapons first and then participate.
Yeah.
I have a spare, so I'm good either way. But whatever you guys want.
I was gonna say I'm good either way. I would just be a melee.
You know,
I
out of
mean, I
character,
don't have
you
all
can
my
discuss it.
spells, so I don't know.
Yeah, out of character, you all could discuss it. I mean, if you all want to wait, it's totally fine.
I mean, if they want to do it,
Yeah, I mean, if
I'll
you guys
do
want to
it.
wait, I'm fine either way.
I mean, spell-wise, I'm only down a couple of slots, so.
As long
Yeah,
as
I
we
don't
do it before we rest for the night, that's all I care about.
that's fine with me.
Yeah,
No
that makes
point in
sense.
doing it tomorrow before we fight the dwarves.
Burning everything and then walking into ports naked. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, come
no,
on. Come on.
I-
You wanna
I was
waste-
mostly
you
just
wanna-
trying to see if I could get him to bet the belt again. That was all.
I could tell you wanted that. You were like, oh, I was so
Uh,
close.
Like, I'll go in there and kill all the dragons by myself if he wants to make a bet. Like,
But he's thirsty for that belt of frost giant strength.
right?
I bet
Watch it
that
just
would
be like a
pretty nice.
girdle of beard growing or something.
I was gonna say, watch it not even be magical. It's just literally hide, and now you have
it's
to
just a
carry
nice
around this
belt.
giant belt everywhere.
Yeah, it's a Gucci
You're like,
giant
wait, it's
belt.
not
That's all it is.
magical. You can have it
Gucci,
back.
Gucci giant belt. Okay.
Just wear it like a bandolier.
Well, we can just fast track a little bit here. We don't have to go through any more role play. If we get back to the Great Hall, we're going to be there for a couple hours.
I would
Unless-
probably want to take a short rest so I could use my arcane recovery.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think at that point, if you want to take a short rest, the king is going to actually let you kind of sit around the table on your own. Is actually now, is going to kind of move off upon getting back to the Great Hall and sending yourselves down there. because you have requested the protection of this place. And so the king is actually going to be heading off to select a jarl and essentially a clan to do this endeavor. So
Okay.
it's kind of disappeared into the crowd to kind of make manners. I mean, this is a king. This is not someone that is simply just going to drink and eat all night. There's business to be done. There's things to be had as well. So that's kind of what the king is going off to do. And it's going to come back in a couple hours, take you over to the porch, and then over to Storval. So at this stage, you can take your short rest here, kind of going through that. And then while I have you through the short rests, I'm actually going to start just dragging into your inventories the items themselves. There's not really a reason to kind of withhold or wait. And then for as far as Tegan goes, we can always retcon that for Tegan. What Tegan would like to do for that retcon. So Lucar, you didn't provide anything, I don't believe.
I think he was interested in armor, but he disconnected right as we were making the final decision.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it's okay.
no, you can. Like I said, this is definitely an out of character type thing. This is a kind of a moment in the game, if you will, that it's like the first time you're going to encounter essentially an enchanter, as well as someone that's capable of making weapon like armor. So we haven't really gotten to a position of that yet. You get that village. So if you do want armor made for you, right? If you're looking to get plate, and if you're looking to even get your armor that you currently have enchanted, right? There's opportunities there. So
Yeah,
There
I
was
think as he was talking, if he mentioned that he was even capable of making plate and had the stuff to do it, I would request that.
Yeah, he also had mentioned dragon scale, I think. Although that might be offensive to you.
Hey, more
Yeah.
scales, better.
yeah, more scales the better. Okay, so you're requesting plate.
Yeah.
Okay.
As a level 5 wizard, I can only recover second level spells, right?
Yeah, it's rounded down, I believe, right?
It says rounded up,
Oh,
or less than your spell level rounded up.
okay.
So how would that work?
That would be 3 then.
That'd be 3.
No,
Okay.
isn't it your
Well, the-
spell level or is it your class level?
Or
It's my
yeah,
class.
class level.
Okay.
So I can recover a 3rd level. That's what I'll do then.
Yeah.
You can also
And-
take the dark steel ore out of my bag. It was a fair wager.
All right. And then I didn't take any damage or anything, so I don't really need to roll dice.
Yeah. I don't get anything on a short rest except for hit dice, and I'm full up on that. So.
So Zaf, like I said, I'm just gonna give you the items, right? Because we're just make a pit stop there on the way to Storval. It sounds like so.
Ooh,
That way I can go through the going through
I
inventory. So
accidentally clicked long rest.
oh.
Yeah, let me take out my spell slots.
Cheater.
Yeah.
All right,
Uh,
that should be right.
So Zaf, it's a shield +1. So giving you that. To you there, Zaf. So Thanos, you requested crossbow bolts, is giving you 40 crossbow bolts +1.
Oh,
Nice.
Aldor, you get a great sword +1. So it kind of returns the same weapon, fixes it, enchants it. And then Lucar has made you plate armor. So it's not enchanted. It just gives you plate. Just in your inventory, and I've equipped it for you.
nice little +11 to hit now.
Went ahead and
And
exchanged
then when we-
those things.
When we head to the arena, I'm gonna put mage armor on myself. Should I just do that spell now?
If you'd like, I'll advance the time clock. We'll take a break here probably. It's like
Okay.
Because it's getting hot in here for me. We have we have another 100 degrees happening. It was 78 degrees at 8 o'clock this morning, and so
Ooh.
yeah, we have 100 degrees.
It's actually
again.
only 90 here today, right now.
Yeah, it's I think it's 90 right now. I think it's 96 outside. It'll be 100 degrees today.
What do you guys have in terms of AC there? Like just window units or?
Well, no. So in Oregon, there's nothing. There's no legislation to have air conditioners in any housing. They passed something last year that said anything built like now, like from that on, had to have a cooling room. So one room that had some sort of air conditioning. But no, yeah. And so for my electrical, because I have portable ACs that I had, I can't run my computer at the same time I have my AC going because it's too much amperage.
Oh my god, dude.
What I actually thought about it, and it was from the last group, they mentioned running, Harrison, right, had mentioned running an actual extension cord, which I thought about for my computer, not the air conditioner, because a standard extension cord can be ran for the computer and it won't exceed safety limits there. So
Yeah.
I thought about that, so I can at least get air conditioning in the room here. So, but yeah, it's rough. Yeah, it's rough. Yeah, I was playing 92 degrees last night, and then it'll probably be the same here coming soon. I can feel it. So,
Oh man, I didn't realize.
I'll get my rag on. Don't worry.
Global warming.
I didn't realize if I don't target myself, it just doesn't add it. So
I'll add it to you. Yeah, I can add a condition to you. No worries. So we'll have that. We'll go quick and pace. So we'll end it here with you all taking the couple hours, right? Getting your short rest in, getting some food, getting some drink. They're serving you a variety of different meats that you've never seen before, different creatures, things, and then as well as it's very paleo-esque. So there's like berries and variety and kind of these things. And as far as like carbs, it's like roots, dug up massive roots have been chopped down and like stewed, and then lots of mead. There's also water that's given to you, and then there's a bucket of some sort of tea. And they refer to this tea as from a plant known as silverwork, and it has a paralytic effect. And that's something to kind of conclude the night of festivities, and that it will hinder you, basically make you paralyzed. So they kind of urge the side of caution. But food is given to you again, and then they begin to lay at the end of the couple hours, right? Because we're getting towards kind of bedding time, because certain individuals are still partying and stuff, but they're laying out. They're actually going to, it's customary in their culture, as well as after feasting, is that you sleep there. You don't actually go home. So everyone is kind of bedding, getting leathers and pillows and hide and certain things, like their own bedrolls to like lay down, and they're just going to sleep where they're partying. So everyone's getting rambunctious and drunk and essentially pulling themselves to and continuing the party in the Great Hall. The king kind of comes back, again gets you. The king also mentions that they're sending an individual as far as the protection. So I'm going to copy that, paste it in chat so you have the name. So Jarl Skarsgård of Clan Helgorf. So they're sending that clan protection of the village. So an entire clan there they're sending over. And then going back to Kultil, pick up your weapons, the armor that has been made, and then you begin to head over to Storwall. That is where we're going to go ahead and take our break. So we'll be taking a 10-minute or so break here. And we'll come back. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And we look forward to the second half. So we'll be back.
Yeah,
Today I learned you can
Yeah, but Palu's like this big. What happens if one of them steps on Palu?
He'll have died as he lived.
I mean, he did take an attack from a dragon. I'm
I was
sure.
about to say, yeah, he's a pretty. He can do Bigby's hand. That's a pretty high level spell.
Yeah, Palu showed off some pretty flaunting high level magic for sure. He's a high level arcane user.
Made me pretty jealous. Not gonna lie.
You got a little jelly there. I know, I can see it.
Jealous?
So coming back into the session, so we're live. Just so I'm gonna turn off the stream. So we're headed over. We've just stopped by Cool Teal, the Forge, and we're headed off to Storwald. So go ahead and cue some stuff.
How do you come up with your names? Do you just think of all these?
Yeah, I make them up in my head.
Oh my god, that's
so
why
the pronunciations are not adequate. So I make them up in my head. I'm like, that's how they're pronounced, and then I do it that way. And then I've slowly taken the time now to use Google Translator, right, to hear what they're supposed to sound like. But even then, after I hear it, it still doesn't add up. I'll always go back because I relate it to other words that I have images of in my head. So I tend to mispronounce things and stuff. So it's just the way it goes. Yes, I make them in my head. All right.
Yeah, that's awesome.
This a 300 foot radius fighting arena, and that's just the kind of fighting portion of it. The rest are kind of the grandstands that are going about it. So the fighting arena itself is covered in snow and ice with evergreen trees grown and boulders intentionally placed about it. The marks upon the trees, some of them are broken, the boulders itself are crashed. They're kind of showcases that the potentially training in here, right? This is an area that they kind of fight in and things to kind of replicate the scenario that they would encounter these spawns or perhaps other creatures. Encircling the area, as I said, these wooden grandstands for these giants to essentially spectate the contest, which are easily dwarfing the actual arena inside. Remember, the giants are massive, so they have to have grandstands themselves that are massive to kind of entice that. Built of similar design, with leathers, hides, and then mainly wooden structure, right? It creates this almost impenetrable wall or fortification around it. If not for being these two this single semi-arched entrance facing the side up towards the community, which is in southwest position. There wouldn't be really any way to get into it besides watching the frost giants climb over, using the grandstands and just kind of climbing over top and wrapping themselves around to get into the stands. Semi-arched entrance is massive in comparison to you all. Right? You're talking about the same relative height as well as the width of the actual Great Hall, so roughly 40 feet in width, and then you have the 60 some odd feet in height. It makes just a cutout, if you will, to piece in, and it seems to be brick stone. It forms that arch at the top end, kind of a tunnel as you proceed through the grandstands. Towards the end of it, as the tunnel is beginning to form, more of the wooden structure kind of pokes through in the stonework. And then there's a portcullis, but it's not made of metal, it's made of wood. So it's a wooded portcullis. And then two giants on either side that you're not seeing through certain slits in the actual stonework to the left and right. They actually can just raise it up with their arms, just bare chain that they can grab and just kind of pull on either side to get this massive piece to kind of have entry in. So there's only one way in, only one way out. And the walls and the embankments of the grandstands, these large wooden pylons similar to a palisade wall, are ranging of 35 to 40 feet. So to any small, medium, or even large creature, they could not even attempt to get through this unless they had to climb the wood to get up. The king simply sets you down to go through that tunnel, to go up to the wooden portcullis, and then themselves begins to climb the large and intimidating, about, I would say, 100 or so feet of the actual wall that's there, and does that in a series of movements, climbing on these pegs that are kind of embedded out of metal and wood, and just kind of climbs up and pulls themselves to the other side, showing the strength of these creatures to even pull their height and their weight up certain things. Doesn't really say any words to you on the journey, just says to be prepared and aimed for the center of the arena. As one of the things that was mentioned was that these creatures are bound to their master. What that means is not something that is given to you. It's almost as if the king expects you to understand what that means. So if you want to retcon and ask on the journey there, as far as being set down as well, before the king climbs, you can. As opens, you head in, walking towards the center. On coming to nearby the center of this map here again, tracing around you is green stands that's raised about 300 feet, forming slightly circular kind of oval shape. You're going through evergreen trees, thickets, these boulders, and snow falling down, the temperature dropping, the moon casting through some of the overcast of the clouds. You're coming to an area where you see this massive draconic horn protruding outwards. This is coming out of the ice, far off into the distance. Now, with your dark vision, because we're getting into the realm of can I see it, can I not? Zeph, you can easily see it. The lighting conditions passing through with your dark vision, right? You're easily able to see that it's a frozen lake of some kind, with this kind of bone protruding upwards like a horn or a talon or a tooth. It's coming out of the actual water. In addition, you see with your passive perception that the thickets surrounding it slightly move.
Well, I'll real quick just do a eyes of night on everybody so we can all see well.
Okay, I'll go ahead and put that on.
And then if we still have time, I'll do a vigilant blessing on Malzer too.
Okay, so you all see the similar thing that Zeph had seen. Now, passively, with your perceptions, I believe Thanos, you would be reaching that level that Zeph is capable of, and so you can see a little bit more so that there's shadows moving in the thickets, large figures.
I think they're running the ambushes in here.
Are we ready to have fun then?
Yes, we
Be on
should.
your guard. Spread out if these are dragonkin. We don't want to be in a clump.
No.
I will head south along this wall. This rock path here.
Massive boulder, yeah, at your backside.
I'll get it over here,
Also-
kind of. Then.
So I won't do the sanctuary. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Can I see anything in this thicket?
As you're
Will I
looking in the
hide in the
thicket,
shadow?
make a perception check.
Mind the bushes, Varys.
8. So you stretch your eyes in, you don't see much of anything. But you just saw figures moving and wrestling within there as they're shifting their weight.
Can I do one on the thicket I'm next to?
Sure.
Perception, right?
Yep.
No,
6.
even worse.
Nothing as well.
It's fine, I don't see anything.
Crawling itself out, Thanos, large hulking figure, seems to have the same camouflage as the wolf's, eyes glowing white, draconic skull protruding from a wingless-like quadrupedal body, dragon scale of white, its haunches embed in, same effect the wolf's had. This creature has as well, kind of gliding upon the snow. Not for breaking of the thickets and branches, you would have never known this creature's ears. It looks breath cold coming from the razor-sharp teeth. It looks in your direction. Smells the air. Blows outwards. Chronic growls. I need everyone to roll initiatives.
I wish I had that vigilance blessing.
Coming through here.
I rolled a second one just for the thing, but I think the first roll was better anyway.
Yeah, I think the first roll is going to be better for you. All right, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 on the board. I'm missing Lucar. Steven, are you here?
Yes. So my quick bar at the top completely disappeared.
That probably means you don't. Well, no, it should still be there.
Click on your
Just
token.
I closed down and reopen.
Is it
But
somewhere,
no.
anywhere on your screen? Sometimes you can move it. Nowhere on your screen?
No.
Okay, hold
I
on.
don't see it at all.
I put you
Oh,
back
there you go.
on.
Now it just popped up. Yep.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oof.
Oh,
Yeah.
At least I'm not last.
All right, Zeph, you're up first. Round 1.
Oh my day.
Boy. Oh, how far is it? Oh, not actually. That's not as far as I thought. Well, I'll just knock it out of the way. I'll go ahead and cast Moonbeam, which
Okay.
I need to be.
All right, throwing it down. Obviously, we won't have the effect yet, but cast.
Yeah.
This large beam kind of shoots downwards as it kind of crashes down into the ground. The moonbeam itself has a faint light that kind of comes within its kind of radius, right? It's this light that's shining down, none of which impedes you. Thanos, you're still invisible.
That should be all for me.
Seems there's some movement over here shifting as one of them comes outwards. As it does, dives into the ground.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, they can burrow.
Not this again.
Oh, son of a.
Maldor, you're up.
Okay. Understanding that there's more than one of these, trusting that Thanos has got that one under control with the help of Zeph. I'm just gonna move forward and take a guard position here.
Okay.
And the echo will pop out.
Put the vision on your echo as well. Here you go. So you can see both.
Yes, excellent, thank you. And then I'll just take the dodge action and in my turn.
Okay, taking dodge and ending. All right, Thanos, you're up next.
All right, I am going to target this one with and cast Hunter's Mark as my bonus action. And then I'm going to shoot it with my nice new bolts.
17 hits. So many plus ones. I love it.
Right.
Look at all the plus ones. 12, 1, 13 points of damage as it lands into the thick hide. It kind of thunks in as it does. Just sits there, and the creature is completely unfazed.
Oh, well, that's not good to hear. All right, I'm going to take another attack.
29 hits. 10 points. Goes into one of the legs. Looks towards you.
Well. Oh, yeah, it's first turn. I get one more attack.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got 24 hits. 13. Towards the neck. Collar is around.
And I'm going to take my movement to kind of walk back towards Lucar. And, yeah, I'll end my turn here.
Rios dives in. smaller one comes out.
Hmm.
You see, the majority of them have been kind of hulking and long, similar to the actual wolves in riding. An apex of about 7 to 8 feet, as far as from below to top, the long figure that stretches. This one is much smaller. Revels at towards like a dog. Just to pull itself out. Does not go into the ground, but instead moves at extremely quick pace as it comes outwards, aimed towards you, Maldor. Quick and light of the feet, runs in all fours. Same effect upon the ice and the snow it's had. Its eyes glowing blue. As soon as it gets to this position, and moving on all fours, it's jumping in air. So it actually is taken off from the ground and is going to attempt to latch onto you like a velociraptor. Another one reveals itself from the thicket, runs across. This one doing so as well. It's going to now get to here, moving all of its movement speed, taking a dash, and is doing the same thing. So both those are kind of jumping and leaping out towards you, essentially grab hold, grab on. Right. Go ahead and roll moonbeam damage for me.
Yeah, decent.
What's your DC again? Sorry. I think it's 17?
15.
15, okay. It's going to succeed with an 18. It's going to half the 14 to 7 on taking the damage. It's going to snarl. Begins to dive itself into the ground. Alright, Varys, you're up.
I'm gonna kind of shift to the side. Well, would I have a clean shot onto this one from where I'm standing? Like,
Yeah.
wouldn't there would? Okay,
Yeah, it's just
I'll
like
fire-
in midair right now.
I'm gonna firebolt that one.
Okay. 12 and misses. Goes off its backside. It's in mid-flight.
And then as a bonus action, I'm gonna Misty Step next to Lucar. Do I need to target myself for Misty Step?
No, you don't. You just go click it, and it's going to come up with the circle that you click around somewhere in the circle. After you click the spell, that circle will form, and you just have to click.
And yeah, I'll end my turn here.
Or you're up next.
Okay, I am going to Shield of Faith myself.
Okay.
And then move right up here in front of Thanos.
Okay.
And end my turn.
All right, Zeph, round 2.
All right. I will bonus action cast spiritual weapon now. I'll upcast that to 3rd.
I don't think
Use
we've
my
ever
last die.
upcasted it, just FYI, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
All right, so it's going to increase the damage by 1d8, correct?
Yeah.
All right, let me go ahead and see.
Let me double check that. Yeah.
So upcast, it's you're getting another d8, right? So it should be
Oh wait,
2d8.
hold on. No, I'm not going to upcast it because it only increases every 2 levels.
Okay, so it's just a d8 plus 4.
Yeah,
that is-
so
that
I'll,
is
I'll
accurate.
cast that. Yeah, I'll cast that 2nd level, not 3rd.
Okay.
I thought it was. I didn't realize
Okay.
it was every other level.
Yeah. So the stats on it are correct then.
All right. No.
11 misses. Swings. It's not connected. This creature's in mid-air.
All right, and my action, I will move not quite close enough to get the second one, but I'll move it to there.
Okay.
And just for the heck of it, I'll move a little bit closer. That'll be it.
All right, ending turn. Protruding out from the ice, pulls itself outright, moving down on all fours, spreads its legs to grip on the ice. As it does, its breath begins to grow. It sends out in the direction of you.
Oh.
Breathe this massive cold. Spikes and ice shards begin to penetrate outwards. Saving here. Looks like we have an 18, which is going to be a success. You're going to half that to 9 points. Just begins to spike into you. Some of your flesh begins to grow cold. Then it's going to let out a large roar. The air, similar of what you've heard before in this type of creatures. Continues, lowers its head down, looking left and right. Maldor, you're up next.
All right. He's going to attempt to swing up and carve out these guys that are mid-flight at his face.
Okay. 19. First strike connects. Swing through 12 points of slashing damage as you cut, slicing from left, cuts into the underbelly. The scales, though, are thick and hardy as you cut through. This blood, reddish blue, kind of comes down, squirts. As it does, it hits into the ground, forming little tiny ice spikes.
And second attack.
Second, 25 connects. Back, fourth, another 14. Creature's still alive.
And then the Echo will move down and take his attack.
Okay.
From
13, coming from the Echo's position, does not connect with creatures. It just skims across the scale, does not penetrate through.
And that'll end my turn.
All right, Thanos, you're next.
All right. Seeing as this one's underground, I'm just gonna kind of walk around this thicket here, see what's going on. And I will shoot this one in front of Maldor.
Okay. 30 hits.
So close.
Nice.
11 points of piercing. Goes to the side. Does not. Just continues its flight.
All right. I will take my second attack on it.
8 hits. 8 points of piercing. Goes into its back right leg as it's in flight. It still takes it, continues.
And a bonus action, crossbow expert to take another attack. This thing will die this turn.
Okay, so using
Yeah,
your
those
bonus
height.
action here, I believe 29
Yeah.
hits. 10 points of piercing damage, aim towards its head, thunks into its head. Continues its flight. Eyes slowly beginning to close, and as it's hitting the head, its eyes begin to close, that faint blue subsides and begins to form spikes, turning into an ice block.
Making full use of that, having an advantage there.
Yeah. I guess I'm gonna just kind of walk down here and wait to see what happens, and then my turn here.
Ending your turn. So in your turn, rooting up next to you, Varys lands on all fours, snarls, grips, ending its turn.
Oh,
It's a
it's
little-
not going to attack me.
This little one, in mid-flight, swings out its tail towards your Echo.
It's
gonna
burrow
miss.
real fast to get to you.
It's then going to continue through space. It's continuing its flight, ever kind of headed towards you, Maldor, and then goes in for a bite. It's going to miss you as well, and then continues its flight, landing down upon the ground, sliding to a stop. And it pulls its body, moving kind of sideways, tail and head pointed towards you, and his back kind of curled. Shooting outward, succumbs, sniffing and smelling the air. It's detected you, Thanos. As it does, it raises up its mouth for breath. All right.
Fitting.
So the echo is hit by the breath, vanishes. It. Spiritual weapon does not need to save, I don't believe.
No,
It's
it keeps
bad.
popping up for it prompted me for a save, which is funny,
Of course,
But
it's going to target it. It targets it when the templates drop. So just FYI, that's always going to happen.
yeah, the
Maldor-
save thing doesn't really differentiate with
Succeeding with an 18 here, you take 10 points of damage. It spikes at you once more. Thanos, I have you at a 14 con
Yep.
save. That is going to be a failure. You take 21 points of full damage. Promise you for a concentration check. Succeeding with a 16 to maintain the hunter's mark. This creature does recognize you, sees you, smells you. Ending its turn. Eris, you're up.
I'm gonna fireball the two closest to me.
Fireball erupts. Point blank as you do, crashing down. Both creatures fail, taking 29 points of fire damage. So their scales resisting most of the blows. It erupts thick and kind of gets bashed, but does not catch on fire. Some of the snow kind of moves around, creating a swirl of energy about. Both alive. Most of the scales still intact, relatively unharmed.
All right, now in my turn.
Car, you're up.
Okay. I gonna move up here next to Varus. And slice and dice.
Bane of Barathun whistling from your hand as it whistles down, striking an additional 3d6 against these creatures. Deal a total of 24 points of slashing and psychic damage as you crash into the creature. Blade whistling, your eyes slightly glowing. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
10. See, the blade demands thirst of blood. It's telling you to strike.
Okay. Oh, jeez.
Second strike, not one. Coming for the second strike, just a bad miss as it crashes down into the snow and ice.
Probably shouldn't have used both our chrono shifts at dinner, but lesson learned.
That consumed my second attack, right? So,
That did consume your second attack. Yeah.
yep, I am done.
Alright, Zeph, you're up. Top of round 3.
Oh boy, oh boy. Well, first of all, I'll move this down here and attack that guy. No. Wow.
Okay. 10 is not going to hit. Swing through it, kind of
I
ducks
didn't-
underneath it.
Not hitting anything with that blade. And as of my action, instead of moving that thing, actually, would it be? That's not true. I will toss out Twilight Sanctuary.
Okay.
And I will move it a little bit. Yep, that's my turn.
I love it. It's going to try to give it to the spiritual weapon. That's so good. Alright. I love it. That's so good.
That's hilarious.
Alright. So seeing the breath, Thanos, and traced by the ice spikes and thing, this creature sniffs the air. They kind of snap their eyes, connecting to each other. It's kind of yipping and points to the head. direction of you, begins to run forward, goes in for attacks. First a bite. Still unseen, relatively. 12 is going to miss, comes through a tail strike. 17 hits. Takes 7 points of bludgeoning damage. Its tail comes across, swiping against the ground. Schwack. Con saving 7 fails. No longer concentrating the Hunter's Mark, it's lost. Still maintaining your unseenness here. But the one thing that happens, Twilight Sanctuary, or this effect comes outwards, is that the sphere has a 30-foot radius and is filled with dim light. Dim light is enough that your invisibility is no longer. So at the end of this creature's turn, you are phasing back in as the light extends outwards.
Did not think
This is
about
the
that.
absolute best party for you.
Maldor, you are
I
up.
see that.
Hey.
All right. So after having been frost blasted, the echo is going to reappear.
Okay, where do you want it? Oh, you got it right there. Okay.
He's going to attack the one that blasted him. Oh, that's chilly.
13 does not connect, coming for the tail, kind of coming swiping, scratching against the white draconic scales. That one
Jesus.
Oh man.
coming through a bad miss, stabbing down with the sword to the ground. Oof, plume of snow.
One more time.
We are rolling
God!
like
Not
today, guys.
Hey, this is a training sesh, okay? Good time to get the rolls out, right? Training sesh.
Yeah, yeah.
Remember, you came in
And-
here to learn about the creatures. We're learning.
Yeah, we're learning
Yeah,
really
like
good
you
dice. All right, and that will end my turn.
All right, Thanos, you're up
He
next.
just snarls in frustration.
I believe
Nice.
I am going to do.
Is it even rolling?
I am going to cast Zephyr Strike. I guess I have to target something.
It's probably going to want you to do it yourself, and it's going to roll it, but
Yep.
that's all right.
And then, since now I don't trigger attacks of opportunity, I am going to step this way and out of the light.
You go through the moonbeam! Oh no!
I do, don't I?
You went through the moonbeam!
I forgot about the moonbeam. What is it?
Oh,
It's con save,
no.
right?
Give me a
No,
con
it's
save
at the
roll.
end of your turn.
Yeah. Well,
Oh.
no, it says when it enters the area for the first time. So,
Oh,
Yeah.
he's never been in it.
damn it.
I forgot about the moonbeam.
Roll damage and roll con save, please. And thank you.
It's always the light that's out to get him.
It's also difficult terrain. So when you pass
Oh,
through
is
there, yes, that's correct.
That's fun.
Wow, max
So that
damage on
puts
the moonbeam.
Jesus.
Oh my
No.
god, roll the con save, bro.
Oh, please.
No, it failed it too. No, Thanos is down.
Oh, you didn't
Just
even-
nuked
You
it.
would be down there. You would be down right
wouldn't I?
there. You walk
That's
into
okay. At least I can see me.
it falls
Seen
down.
that.
It's gone.
I forgot about the
Of course, you
moonbeam.
see Thanos. He became visible and then started running away and then hit the moonbeam and like fell
I've
down.
seen it. That's-
Would Thanos have seen it? I mean, yes, but I mean that's really up to Deuce. I mean, that's up to you. If you want to, I can. If you want to retcon that, you can. But it's
No, I feel like him having two dragons in his face after his teammate illuminated him would cause him to just kind of turn and run. So I'm okay with it.
okay.
I forgot the moonbeam was there.
Zeph put him in the ground. Now Zeph's got to get him back out of it.
At least you have some temporary HP when you get back up. All right.
Yep.
Now ending this creature as
Rolling
you made
real
your way,
well.
snaps its eyes, it snarls, looks towards the bane of Barathun with fear. As it does, it goes in for a series of strikes. First tail strike over towards you, Lugar, swing for your legs. 26 hits. Those 10 points of bludgeoning damage as it strikes through, prompting concentration check. It then is going to have its mouth aimed towards Varys, coming in for a bite
I'm gonna
towards your
shield
leg.
that.
using your shield, prompting +5 AC till the end of the next turn. The attack does not land as it bites into the shield, braces into it for a brief moment, pulls and retracts back. Now rotating its body again, kind of pitching itself, similar to a dog in a fight. If you've ever seen dogs fight, they kind of turn sideways to each other and curl their bodies. That's what this creature is doing. Tail and mouth over. Maintains its position. Now we come to this little one. On the ground, comes in for 2 strikes, a bite and a tail attack towards you, Mald. First 8, it's going to miss with a bite. It comes in, bites towards your heavy armor of your shin. Then comes for the tail, thwacking upwards of your upper groin. 9 is going to be a miss as well, as you can hold the blade, parrying the blow, ending its turn. Coming to this creature, it kind of snarls and runs towards the source of light, turning outwards. This time it's towards you, Zeph. Goes in for a bite.
Go away, go away.
14 misses, then a tail strike over towards your leg. 14 misses as well. Kind of jump over the tail as it slices through the bite, which is maybe into your shield if you have it equipped. End of the creature's turn. Bears, you're up next.
Oh, so can I pull up the targeter for Fireball without casting it? Or is that like not a thing?
Are you talking about getting
Me?
a template?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can create a template within the template tool. Just create a circle. Right,
Okay.
see.
How do I do that?
What I can tell you right now is if you're looking to hit here, there's
Yeah.
no way not to hit those 2 targets. And not hit the Echo or hit Thanos. So you'll have to hit the Echo with the Fireball, but you can maybe
Yeah,
not hit
that's
Thanos.
fine, but I don't want to hit Thanos.
Right, so if I draw, it's 30 feet, right? No, 20.
20.
So that itself would target, right? So you can get it so it's at an angle there, and you won't hit
Yeah.
Thanos, but
That's what I'll do.
you'll hit the
All right.
Echo.
I'm rolling it just for giggles. It doesn't matter.
All right,
Tell
so
the other
Echo-
guy I said I'm sorry.
Echo is removed. The spiritual weapon. Let's see. I always gotta think about what actually can hit it.
From what I recall, nothing. Because
I don't think anything can hit it yet. Even
because
though
it doesn't have
Fireball
HP. Yeah.
doesn't have HP. It's just kind of floating spectrally. Okay. So both of the creatures are going to succeed. 19 and 24. Obviously, the Echo has failed. Dissipates if it succeeded. Halving the damage. 12.
Okay. And then I'll win my turn.
All right, Lucar, you're up next.
Blade must be satiated. Mother of God.
16 hits. 27 points of slashing. Psychic damage. You come whistling around, weightless blade slicing into its left haunches. And winces from the blow.
That's crazy. Yeah, plus 11.
A +3 weapon.
7 hits. Now coming through, this time aimed. Slice off one of its legs. Its back right leg coming across. Severely wounded, bleeding profusely, spikes of ice forming from the trickles of blood. Now amputated leg.
Attack a smite onto that.
For damage. 12 points additional radiant damage, sliding the blade, slicing through. Beast sizzles, cauterizes the wound, and shivers from the smite as it comes. The beast is dead as it falls down upon the ground. Slowly gets to turn into a block of ice.
Okay. Gonna step over here next to Zeph too, and then in my turn.
Alright, Zeph, you're up. Round 4.
Oh boy, oh boy. Well, it's a bonus, right? Oh wait, no. Oh, there it is. I was looking at the wrong spell slots. Oh, look over at Pendleton to cast Healing Word.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and upcast it to 3rd.
Hey.
Alright, so getting 10 points of healing there. So I'm going to do plus 10 points. So you are now conscious, but you are in a prone condition, right? Because you've fallen down to the ground. And the moonbeam is still upon you.
Yeah, I was about to move that with my action.
You sure you don't want to
Yeah.
roll max damage on me again?
That was stupid. Max damage on my. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm the idiot of the ring.
I really don't want to be here, but I don't want to risk it, so I'll just.
Snarls turns around. You on the ground. Sees your eyes awake. Looks the direction. Snarls. His breath becomes cold. Breathes outwards.
Oh
Just the
man. Going to get a friend with that too.
Oh,
Does hit the
They're
friend,
probably-
but they are immune to cold damage. They're not taking any
It's
cold
the
damage.
principle thing.
The principles of it. The principles!
Uh,
All right. So, Lucar, I have you in 11. Okay. Zeph, I have you in 19. Mulder, I have you at a 9. And Thanos, I have you at 12, correct?
Yep.
All right. So, Lucar, you have failed. Zeph, you've succeeded. Maldor, you fail. Thanos, you have failed. Start tipping out damage. 28 points of damage.
Mm.
Lucar, prompting concentration, succeeding with a 10. Zeph, you notice your health is because you have the temporary, right, from the shrouds. That's
Yeah.
prompting it. And the concentration.
Do I need to make another saving throw?
Succeeding at 17. Yeah, it's prompting you for the concentration of the moonbeam.
Right.
Yeah.
I keep
So
forgetting
that's why it's coming through. Alright, succeeding with that. Aldor. And now we come to Thanos. Back down, unconscious.
not
But
having
that
a good day.
Took out a lot of the temporary, so not fully, right? Not succeeding to your maximum health pool there. And you are now unconscious once more. The creature is going to step over your body, so I'm going to go ahead and remove conserving space. It's going to step over your body, come up towards Maldor. So now you're kind of underneath the creature. Maldor, you're up.
all right. Bonus action, second wind.
Okay.
Take a breath and regain some health.
1 points.
And then I can't really move. I guess he's just going to chop down on the one in front of him.
Okay. 20 hits. 11 points of slashing damage as you come through, swing across its face, chipping away the scales.
Second attack.
13 does not land, coming across, unable to penetrate through the thickness of the scales.
Yeah, that's going to end his turn.
Alright, Thanos, you should make a death saving throw, please. Alright, you're one step closer to life. Ending turn. Now come to the little one, getting advantage. Sorry, go for it.
I was just gonna say I was expecting a 1 with my
Oh.
luck today.
No, you got it. You got it. You're
Oh.
one step closer to life.
These
Smaller one
ill-fated rolls.
at your backside, Maldor, now forming a flank with the other one on the other side. Will have advantage against you. Comes through with a bite. Maldor a bit on the back left of your leg. 17, 7 points of damage dealt. Now coming across with the tail strike. Noticing the temporary HP soaking damage. 22 with the tail strike hits with advantage. 5 points of bludgeoning damage coming across, thwacking you on your left leg. The razor sharp
least
of its
it's-
scales kind of lacerating and cutting.
At least the temp HP is rolling pretty well.
Yeah, the temp HP is rolling really well. It's definitely soaking up a lot. Go ahead and roll moonbeam damage.
Oh, right.
Come on, Max. Max.
Max. All right. 11 points of damage. It has failed its con save. You notice the scales being pulled apart with the radiance. It is going to focus its attention towards Lucar as it swings its mouth for a bite. Seeing the bane bury through in fear of the groans. 15 misses as it strikes into the plate armor of your shoulder. It comes around with the tail, thwacking it from left to right towards your hip. Nat 20.
Fuck off.
11 points of
Oh,
damage as it
no.
breaks into the plate armor, crumpling into your hip bone.
Why did I use both of the
Prompting
chrono shift at
concentration.
dinner?
You succeeded. The belt was worth it. Varys, you're up.
It would have been worth it. Yeah.
I'm gonna the Maximilian's Earth and Grass. This one, if I can.
So Maximilian Earth and Grasp. These creatures are large size, so just remember that's a medium-sized hand. As such, you can only rip a medium-sized creature for the restraints.
I thought I could do large and medium. My bad. How do I cancel this? Okay, there we go.
There is a medium-sized creature on the board. There is the smaller one.
I already canceled it. Can I recast it?
Yeah, just make sure you're consuming spell slots when you use it, just FYI, so just be aware of what you're supposed to do.
May try again. Yep.
Unless I misinterpreted, I definitely think it's only the restrained part. It's not that it can't crush a large, but it cannot restrain necessarily, like full-on grip.
That makes sense.
It's coming out of the ground and like wrapping around right with the hand.
Yeah.
So it can't actually restrain anything larger than its size of itself. So we come to the small one. As the earth, the hand comes out. It has failed its saving throw, and as such is restrained by that ability. So as it comes out, grips into the creature, its backside kind of holds it down, kind of pulling it towards the earth. And then, as it failed, it is going to take 2d6 points of bludgeoning damage from the spell. So I'm going to take the first series, which is 10 points of damage there. As it crushes down, kind of winces and whimpers as it does.
And then, I'll just kind of get lined up with everybody here and then my turn.
All right, ending turn. Lucar, you're up. 10 points of 8. I'm rolling so well.
I look down at my own blood soaking my once beautiful scales and let out a guttural roar as I swing at this bastard with a second level smite.
4 hits. Okay. So second level smite, it's gonna prompt you it's gonna roll the d8. Can't really upcast the smite. So if you're upcasting, I think you get an extra d8, right? So 3d8 total.
Yep.
You can roll that any which way you would like.
Oh shit.
That's okay. I'll take one of the d8s from the second set, which is a 7. So 4, 2, 6, 6 plus 7, so 13 total on the smite. And then we also have 19 points of damage dealt from the actual weapon attack. So that's a total of 32 points of damage. Striking through the first blow, lighting the weapon with radiant light, slicing through its face. You kind of lacerate, cauterizing the wound through the scales, clipping off. It pulls itself back.
I hopefully finish it off.
For the second strike. Oh, well, that's 20 on my screen. It was anyways. 25 lands, 30 points of damage as you do, turning the blade vein through and around. As the creature's head is tilted down, you stab it directly through the skull as you do, twisting the blade. The creature falls down upon the ground dead, pulling the blade upwards. I need you to make another wisdom saving throw. 19. You are withholding back as your vision's becoming tunneled, becoming a ruthless, kind of similar way. A ruthless rage is kind of coming through, but you're resisting the effect.
Good, because I need to step back here behind Varys and deal with my almost death.
Okay, so that's your
All right, and
action.
my
You've
turn.
got some movement, ending turn. Zeph, you're up, top of round 5.
Fun. Okay. I can't get close to him, so I'll just do another healing word on. I mean, I can't target him because of. Okay, here we go. So another.
He just
Healing word.
sidesteps so that you can do it. He's like, "Excuse me."
I got you. Yeah, you're good. I got you. 8. All right, so conscious once more. Creature over top, prone out.
And then I'll move him over. I'll just yell out, "Hey, Thanos, don't step into this one."
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I hate it here. I just want you guys to know that. I hate it here.
Anything
Couldn't
else?
join.
That's probably in my turn.
All right, come to this creature. Please roll damage. Great. All right, 9 points of damage. It is going to succeed with a 15, and so doing it only takes 4 points of the radiant damage that comes through. And then it's going to take the advantage with a bite and tail attack towards Mulder, getting the flank. However, because the creature at its backside is restrained, the flank does not come through. Right, so it's going to be a normal
That's
attack.
clutch.
9 is going to be a miss. Parry the blow with the mouth, pulling the sword inwards. Shake it around, comes around, takes the advantage of that. 26 hit with the tail, swings at your right leg there, clipping through. 8 points of bludgeoning damage dealt to you. Leg. Ending its turn. Alder, you're up.
Ooh, I do not like these things. The Echo is gonna pop back up. And you just see him look over at Varys. That's 2, wizard boy! And first, Maldor's gonna attack the one behind him. He's restrained, so is that
That's
advantage?
It should automatically give you advantage.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank
27. Yeah. Coming through 9 points of slashing damage as you do. I do want to remind you, I believe you have great weapon fighting. So anytime that you wish to reroll your ones, right? In your attack, you can, because you rolled a 1 and a 3 on damage. So you can reroll.
Oh, it was doing that automatically. Oh, it's because it's a new weapon. That's
Yeah,
right.
it's a new weapon. I have yet to change the syntax of it. So
So I need to roll another d6? Yeah.
yeah, I'm going to edit that actually real quick so I can do that.
Yeah, I forgot
Ooh.
about that. Oh, that was a good reroll.
Yeah, nice reroll. Okay,
Yeah.
so 6 there.
From min to max.
Yeah, so 8 plus 14, so 14 total points of damage. That is dead. So the first strike coming through in the reroll are able to finish it off. Coming through its head, cleaving into its head, slice the blade through as it does begins to slowly turn to an ice block.
Nice. Second attack on the big one.
Well, it's not hit. Slicing
and
through,
the-
dodges it.
And the Echo takes his attack.
7 hits. Right.
Nice. Reroll works. Another good reroll.
15 comes through, coming around the back end, cleaving into the tail as well as the left leg.
Action surge.
You will die.
Going all out now, baby. 17 hits. 16.
God, these
total points of
rerolls.
damage. Yeah, you're getting really good at rerolls. 16 hits,
Attacks
comes
are
through the
good.
chest. 15 hits.
Reroll. No, on the 6.
Oh my
16 total
gosh.
damage. Well, there's popping off right now. Finishes one. Series of strikes into the big one as it comes through.
Unleash Incarnation one more time. Oh no!
Oh no.
Wah, wah, wah. All right, it's just a bad miss as it pulls the tail around, and she's just gonna stomp into the stone with the sword. The Echo's position.
Yeah, that ends his turn.
All right, Thanos, you're prone underneath the creature. Lots of fighting, lots of snow around you.
You know,
Don't
I'm
be there.
Gift of Orifice, and I'm gonna go over here, and I will stand up. I will shoot the thing.
Okay. Now getting invisible, coming out of space, 25 hits. That deals 7 points of piercing damage.
That damage roll.
30
Oh,
hits.
so close.
9 points of piercing damage.
All right, and I'm just gonna. I have what, 15 feet of movement left?
Your movement speed is 30 feet, so you should have 15 left. Yep.
I'll walk this way and be very sad that I walked into the light like an idiot.
Yeah, think about the
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Bears through.
Like you so
I'm
actively
gonna
avoid
hold it
light.
to defense like a good running back does and firebolt it.
All right, 19 hits.
That was weird to
does
me.
9 points of fire damage. Presses into the shoulder.
I don't know, in my turn.
All right, Luke, you're up.
I begin to kneel, but I feel this tickling at the the back of my head, and I'm looking at the near death little Draco thing, and I charge the distance and attack the motherfucker instead of healing myself.
Berserker Paladin.
26 hits. It's come through. 24 points. How do you want to do it?
I want to slice the motherfucker in half.
Okay, slice him in half as you run through, dragging the blade on the lower end, holding it kind of upside down, just going to run through the creature, slicing it in two pieces, whistling as the blade light cuts through the beast up to the midpoint, crashes down, dead. At the end of combat, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
I feel like if he rolls low, we're gonna have to put him down.
18.
I'm the only
Succeed.
one with dragon blood on this
As you
team.
begin to retract the bloodlust of the blade, as you notice the draconic blood that has been spilled, the blade has been soaking it into its actual metal. As you retract back, you begin to breathe, calming yourself down. Combat is over.
Well.
That was tiring.
What
Why
is
do
it
I-
with you people and your light? You can see in the dark. Why must you constantly have light?
I can't see him.
Oh, how much you walk into it?
Why do I
Beautifully
suddenly
done.
have a desire to drink this thing's blood?
I mean, that's on
Beautifully
you.
done.
Are there no more?
That
Can I
is
get
it.
back any of my crossbow bolts from these guys?
The frozen and the ice blocks.
No.
The chisel.
Yeah, I used the chisel.
Just.
Note to
I'll
self:
just-
buy hammer to break ice.
I'll just call it to the king. Is there any significance to that horn over there in the middle of the pond?
That is no horn. Looks into the ice. This is one of Javarig's spawn. This is one of its talents, burning through. What you have killed are its spawn, and they are still drawn to it, bound to it, slave to it. That's how we've kept them here. You did well, Chosen. Did you learn much?
Yes, we suck at tactics. But we already knew that.
Fine.
Well, we know that it'll be important not to use ice spells. So.
Yes.
Lick a little blood off of my talons, and I think I learned a little bit.
I suppose we should rest for the night before
Yeah,
we deal with the dwarves in the morning.
sounds good to me.
I do think we have at least the beginnings of some kind of strategy developing.
Yeah, Thanos off to the side, away
Yeah.
from us, while we fight in a pack.
Yeah,
Just
because
always keep the light on him.
Thanos
Right.
needs to get as far away as humanly possible.
yeah,
Hey, your
like,
first
have
turn should be
crossbows?
getting away from us every time.
yeah. When possible, I do think he needs to get a little bit further from me, honestly, and then, if it's deemed necessary, pop up the sanctuary, because that really helps when we can use it.
Oh, look, it eats damage, dude. It was awesome.
Honestly, I wish I could. I had thought to pop up sooner, it would have definitely helped.
Lucar rescued me so hard. Because if I had to 1v1 that thing, I was done.
I need to remember my gift of Oris of Us instead of Zephyr Strike.
But yeah, thank you for letting us at these things. I think it'll prove useful.
Of course, chosen ones. Glad you can prepare. It's time for you to rest. A long journey ahead of you. Come aboard.
Here we go.
It's like Mario, but instead of hopping into a pipe, we hop on a giant.
Here we go.
Here we
It's
go.
me, Mario. Okay, you begin to head off in the direction of the Great Hall. Eventually, you get there. Lower down, there is the food still there, replenished even. So what you consumed is just put back there. Many of the giants themselves are continuing the festivities. But as soon as the king comes in and lowers you down, them seeing that you have wounds and lacerations and certain things, the whispers, this crowd kind of comes through and they kind of begin to simmer down. Saying that, and it's time now to rest, sleep, see you all off potentially in the morning. This king sets you down. Get rest, chosen. I'll find you in the morning.
Thank you for all your hospitality.
Said, just walks off into the crowd, heading north in the direction of east as well.
I'll lean over to Zeph. How fucking crazy is this, dude?
Man, I have so many mixed feelings about this, but I think generally speaking, it's more. Yeah, this is definitely an upgrade to just always being in church.
Yeah. If you would have told
general, once you set aside to murdering random dukes.
Yeah, if you would have told me that I would have been running around with a group of people that one came from space, the other one goes invisible, and they turn dark, and a churchgoer of all, just a ragtag, I would have told you were crazy because I never thought I was going to leave home. So
Well, court's out on that one.
yeah, I might still be crazy. Maybe I just wake up and this was all a bad dream.
So before we bed down for the night, or as we are getting ready to go to sleep, Maldor is going to painfully sit down, clutch his medallion with the stone in it, and focus very intently and call out to Linnea. I heard your voice in the lake. I followed, but you were not there. Where are you? Where have you gone? Why can I not reach you?
And you're doing this to the stone?
Yes.
Intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence.
Correct. Speaking to the stone, voice comes through. Not Linnea. Oh. Who are you? Voice comes echoing through. Seems there is a brief period of connection to something.
Who is this? What have you done with her?
Whoever is the her, I would love to be it. Such affection.
I am in no mood for your game. Speak clearly. Who am I speaking to?
Speaking to Romina. I'll make it quick.
What is your connection to this stone?
chuckles a little bit. Where are you?
A place I should not be. Where are you?
Oh, somewhere. Perhaps we could meet.
What is it that you seek? What do you want?
I seek many things. Primarily, though, I do seek those who would worship me. And this way you speak of Linnea does warm the jowls.
Fancy yourself a deity?
Jowls. It's a dragon mage.
That hardly sounds like something worth worshipping.
I call myself a deity. Conversation continues. Connection ends abruptly.
You alright there, Mulder? You look concerned.
I reached out to talk to someone and found not whom I was seeking on the other end.
I assume you were trying to reach your angel friend.
Yes. Instead, I communicated with someone named Robina. I suspect perhaps a dragon. They indicated they wanted to be worshipped, presumably just seeking power. We were cut off before I learned anything of use.
Zeph, can
Hmm.
you send another message like you did to Kalan?
Not today. I used up all my higher level spells. All I have
Okay.
left is 3 first level spells. That's it.
Okay. I was gonna see if you could contact my mother, and see if my brother had returned home, but that can wait.
Yeah. Remind me tomorrow night. I'll try to conserve spells if need be. Well, I mean, if we need it, obviously I'll use it. But
Yeah, don't worry about it. But thank you.
So, are we gonna talk about the crazy shit?
which crazy shit? Be more specific.
He has a fair point.
Diving to the bottom of a lake, getting transported somewhere? Was that real?
I mean,
It didn't
we're
feel
kind of in a
real.
completely different place. I would imagine.
I suspected it's a dream or a memory. Although why we were drawn into it, I do not know. Perhaps we were even transported through time.
I forget already. Which one of us touched the stone that ended up transporting us?
Hold
Maldur.
on.
Mount- Yeah, right. So, hmm. I mean, there was 6 different stones. I wonder if that would have done anything different if we touched a different one.
Did you
Oops.
touch a stone of the color of the stone you hold
Yes.
when we transported?
I wonder.
My,
I wonder if we go back, if we would have more answers, or if that was like a one-time thing.
Well,
Yeah, I was going to suggest
judging
something similar.
judging by the giant's reaction to there being 4 pieces to the stones, I don't believe that those were real, or at least to the white one.
Hmm. I'm not eager for more witchcraft.
I am concerned about whomever it was and their ability to know things about us, to control and manipulate. It sounded like Linnea. It was her voice.
Yeah, it I heard my brother's voice as well, and I haven't seen my brother in multiple years.
Yeah, that's something I've been trying to think on because, like, were those actual the actual voices, or was that just someone pretending?
Did it just tell us something we needed to hear, so we kept pushing towards this destiny that none of us know why we're here? Like,
Yeah.
everyone we talk to calls us chosen ones, right? But we don't know why. We don't know we don't know what this means. We're just like, oh, a wizard a long time ago told us that this would happen, and then we just keep stumbling into it. Like,
And also,
Yeah.
it seems to be tied to dragons. We keep finding this hint that we should be destroying dragons, yet that vision or flashback or other
Well,
place, whatever it was, it put us in a position to be at war with the Talthar, who, from what we know, are currently at war with the dragons. It's almost as if we are being sent to play both sides.
which, uh, something that also comes to mind because, like, to support what you, because you know how you were saying you think one you just talked to is probably dragon. To support that theory, I mean, the one I talked to was definitely a dragon because they called themselves the Great Elder Goldworm,
you
which
you talked to a dragon?
yeah,
I
by
feel like this would have been
Haran.
important information.
Yeah, I don't
I
think you
mean,
told us that.
I definitely told you at the time.
You
When?
sure?
You told us
Yeah.
the name. You never told us you talked to a dragon.
Well, I didn't know it was a dragon. I
There's a
just heard
spy
Great
among us.
Worm. I didn't make the connection of Great Elder Worm as being a dragon, but the
Right.
thing that made the connection for me was when the king here, called the White One here that they're dealing with also a Great Elder Worm.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna try something, and I'm gonna try to focus on the black gem and see what I glean from it.
If he starts casting fireball, I'm cutting him down.
Yeah, I'm gonna have my hand crossbow just kind of gently pointed in his direction.
Oh, did you get any more crossbow bolts?
Oh yeah, he gave me 40 plus 1
Okay.
crossbow bolts, of which I've already lost 8. These aren't going to last very long.
But yeah, I would focus on the black gem and just say, Pagan, are you there?
Sing on the black gem. Stare
There you
into
go.
it. Please make a wisdom saving throw.
You said wisdom?
Correct. As you press the stone, you concentrate and you focus, nothing comes to you.
I did not hear anything.
Perhaps your dragon is asleep.
Or
Yeah.
perhaps Maldor's just used to hearing voices in his head.
It is nothing new.
Well, let's, if you don't have anything else to always discuss, think I'm gonna go to sleep.
I can't think of anything.
Indeed, use a rest. Tegan, you've been awfully quiet.
There's been a lot less screaming today than normal.
Uncharacteristically calm through all of this.
Uncharacteristic calm through all of it. Yeah.
You didn't even participate in that
Yeah,
battle.
I was about to
What
say
the
it's
piss?
probably because he chose not to fight.
And weekend in a row, he has not been swallowed.
The face
He's
is
just been sitting back there drinking the whole time.
staring. Zombified. These things are happening around them. Okay, so getting the long rest in, bedding down, crowd eventually kind of ceases. You're now kind of left in the great hall. Many frost giants around you, sleeping, laying down. You still feel very small. But you have your own kind of unique space. Lighting of the lava, band bouncing, sizzling, and spitting. Smash thrown, the shadows created from that as the pyres begin to dwindle. The lighting around you becomes faint. Taking a long rest, advance the clock. Rest under the table. That's always a good deal.
That's a lot of hit points you lost.
7 HP.
Yeah. The giants arise, and they begin to awake, going about their trade, the artisan. They're giving you
Damn.
your own space, your own things, and whatnot. Upon that, eventually the king kind of arises through the crowd that's moving around, spacing and separating out. But again, the Great Hall is for trading as well. It's not just for drinking and feasting. People are setting up, bringing their wagons in, their carts and things, their wares, little bone trinkets, food items, baked goods, even weaponry. Right, so it's not just cool teal as people get their weapons from the master forger, but they make their own ones too. And so it begins this harmony kind of crowd picking up around you. And at this point, they kind of begin to chime, eating breakfast and things. Creates this little bit of a loud kind of crowd and the noise echoing and bolsters around, thudding movements. The king coming through grabs a small from the pouch, backside, hidden in the patchwork like armor around them, this ancient glittering scale as well that they're wearing, in addition to the patchwork at the lower ends, revealing that they have change of outfits, like change of attire and things, right? So pulls out this, and it's kind of like a wooden flute in a way, kind of like almost like maybe a clarinet or something, right? And they can hold it outwards and kind of grab it and just kind of blow into it. And you don't hear anything, but in minutes, you hear the claw strikes and the paw strikes against the stone. Leverus and the pack arrive. The king comes too, pushing through after talking with a few giants that are approaching them, being kind of paused in their movements towards you. Kneeling down, pets Leverus very slightly across the body. Joseph, I hope you have all rested and healed your wounds.
Indeed.
That we
called
have.
Leverus back here to assist you getting to where you need to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We will be eager for your return. Get on your trek and your journey to slay Ether.
We shall not return empty-handed.
So, Leverus and the pack begin to lower their bodies down, getting towards the ground.
Oh, I happened to the smallest one.
Okay, hopping onto the smallest one.
Shall we?
Anybody
Yeah,
not
what are they-
hopping on?
What do they say in the South? They say yeehaw.
Yeah.
Not familiar with that. Okay. So, hopping on. Go ahead and get some things depicted here. You begin to ride out. Leverus slowly says, "My king," and then begins to ride. So you all on the backs of these wolves. So you begin to stride out of the Great Hall. Eventually, the same kind of thing was happening with the frost giants kneeling down, kind of saluting you, giving you praise, giving you thanks. But this time, they're kind of throwing wares at you. So as you're riding into quick and paced, a lot of them are like, "For Thrym, wear this, please, chosen one." But they're not small, right? They're like 4 giant. And so you're kind of like, how would this be useful? And none of them seems to be very useful. There's no like magic items being thrown at you. More like garments and wares and maybe some food items that are too big, massive bones, like ribs and things. So there's
Turkey legs like this.
yeah, and so
imagine a single ration from one of them would probably last us a month.
yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. So there is a level here that they're not right. You're not stopping. There's just no point in stopping, right? So you're continuing on through the trek here, and eventually you notice they're saluting. Right, you leave this place, and you're not headed necessarily south. You're going west more slightly, as these creatures do not necessarily need to navigate through on the pass to potentially get to their destination. And they're aware of a great number of things within these mountains. They know where these creatures are at. They know where to go. So you don't really need to say anything. Maybe you're like, "Hey, I can direct you to where you want to go," but it seems like they're just moving, and they're very much aware of where they're going.
I guess the wolves are driving that.
Like it.
Sounds like the rest of the week.
I honestly, I love this self-driving technology.
This automation is just so good. It could be a conversation maybe Leverus and the pack have with the king, given what you've told, right? It could be other things, or perhaps they've even tracked these creatures. They've monitored these creatures. They're aware. These are their mountains. As such, they large territory, these giants. After hours of travel, passing through, you went a great distance, reaching the afternoon upon the backs of these wolves, not stopping for any means. They continue their run. They are tireless. Their breaths haven't even increased. They're still the same calm breath coming through them. Intake of oxygen as they move together. Moving through the mountainside, they go low, they go high, through the trees, through the thickets. Creatures run away from them as they move. Even bears, wolves, and other creatures who pass by, potentially at the distance, they run as soon as they smell or see them. These are the apex predator, so to speak, not for spawn with these creatures. So, you notice this Leverus coming to. You can smell the air, picking up scent, diverts a little bit to the south as you're trekking in to the north side of the pass, and you come across this.
Oh, God.
That's not good.
I take it that noise we heard the other night was this.
So, coming across on the wolf's backs here, have you kind of pitched up upon the cliff sides? You're overlooking down through the trees and things. Leverus stops and looks down upon them. You see the bodies of these creatures now covered in snow and ice. The tents ripped apart, shredded. Large talon marks in the ice as well as the earth are seen. The trees around you are toppled, as it seems this creature has crashed through in this direction, headed towards the encampment. The wagon's crushed and splintered and smashed. There is no survivors.
Flame belch.
I was gonna say, which one was your friend?
No one will rob me of my answers.
Well, there is one. Is that a coincidence that is not dead? And will we know that if that is true?
Yeah. I'll just ask the one I'm on, the wolf I'm on. Can we go down there and take a look real quick?
Jumping off the cliff, landing down. This is a large 25-foot cliff. It's jumped down, laying upon the ground on all fours. Lowers you to hop off. Begins to fan out, and as such disappears into the snow and ice.
Yeah, I'll start checking them to like try and get an idea of what kind of foe did this.
Okay. Roll a medicine check.
Guidance?
Sure.
I'll look over to Maldor while Zeph's doing that and be like, looks like something kind of did the job for us.
Indeed. Sometimes the universe works out in your favor.
Medicine check of 20. This creature has a large laceration across their chest, gaping. Something that is quite sharp, thick, as well as been frozen over. Frozen solid by something that reached below 0 temperatures and a large blast of icicles embedded into the flesh.
I'm
Check their
hazard a
pockets,
guess.
see if they have anything useful.
Yeah, I'll do that. But I'll also call out. I'm going to take a wild guess that a dragon did this.
You sure?
Sure, no, I'm just guessing. But-
No, I'm being sarcastic. I think it's
That would
pretty
seem
obvious.
I mean, like I said, just guessing. I think it's pretty
Yeah.
good guess, but it's a guess. And I'll just like be moving through the among the bodies and.
What if
Perhaps
we
we should
just-
help him search so we don't spend all day here.
Yeah, I'll do the same thing. I'll ask my wolf to bring me down, and then I'll search the other bodies to see if there's any survivors.
Okay.
That's great for us. The dead don't need it.
Gonna lower your tokens down here. No reason to keep you up. Such. The wolves move off, going into the shadows, into the work. Camouflaging themselves and begin to kind of move up the cliffside or around, forming a perimeter.
I want to focus my investigation onto the tents, looking for anything.
Okay. So the tents themselves have been lacerated, crushed, many of them toppled down, covered in blankets of snow. Going inside as best as you can, you find backpacks, bedrolls, food rations, and kind of these black mushroom-like sacks. Those mushrooms and dried meat, and sort of like dried hyphae that's been interwoven into canvas of the tents, as well as the burlap sacks that they use. Backpacks themselves have mess kits, tinder boxes, everything you would need to be able to survive as far as adventuring is concerned. There's some rope, snow cleats in there as well, so just kind of a mixture of different things. Beyond that, you don't find any personal possessions or whatnot. You can, I would say, get a few coin pieces as you go through the tents. Some of them there are leather pouches within the backpacks. And so far through your kind of search here passively, you're able to find roughly 7 gold pieces.
I want to walk around and see if I can find my buddy Flame Belch among
Okay.
the dead.
All right, you do. You find Flame Belch over here. Seems to be thrown into the thicket, frozen solid, slightly in a mid-crouched position after being thrown. Eyes are agaped open.
Frozen solid.
Correct.
Clearly dead.
Looks dead.
Can Varys thaw him out?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, can I take, like, I don't know how I would do it, but if, like, I did, like, a firebolt, and instead of throwing it, could I just, like, put it next to the ice and melt it?
Yeah, I mean, you can use your firebolt, try to melt, even holding maybe a firebolt in your hand prematurely before firing, just get some flame off. It's a thick block of ice. Very much to take time.
Did we recognize this one, or was it a random dwarf? I'm sorry. I
Flame
missed it.
Belch.
This is Malra
I'll-
Belch. Yep.
I'll take the time and thaw them out completely.
Okay, just taking your time.
You don't want to
see Ferris
fireball him?
just kind of holding hands out, creating heat and energy, fire within the hands, and slowly begins to melt away the ice.
Whenever it thaws out, does he look like he's alive at all, or does he still look dead?
It has been a lot of time. You're all kind of investigating. Again, it's a massive block of ice, so it'll take a long time. Maybe up to an hour.
I would like to assist with my hammer and crowbar and kind of chisel at the ice.
Okay, chiseling away. All right. Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check.
Breaking this poor dude.
Oh no!
Just step off an arm.
Oh, thank God.
Making quick work,
that was almost
chipping away. Seeing as you're making progress and success. The investigations and going through past a half an hour as you're working away with heat. Eventually, the body, somewhat halfway, kind of falls forward a little bit and then holds. A slight breath coming from the creature, noting the creature is unconscious but not dead.
Zeph, he's alive. Can you,
Where is it?
Maldor just slaps him across the face.
It's up across the face, the eyes still wide and open. Still unconscious. 7 points of healing as you do. Eyes begin to roll a little bit. Continue to work away on the ice, removing the legs. Falls prone. It's on the ground currently.
I'll kneel down in front of him, put my hand on his shoulder, and say, "Flame Belch, my friend, you cannot die before I learn your secrets."
Fuck is this?
Oh, we were going to kind of ask you the same thing.
what happened here?
The white dragon, I assume.
You were attacked by Ethan.
Well,
That went well, I take it.
we have an interesting proposal for you then.
What?
Do you know of the white stone that your prince wears?
No.
Well, your prince wears a necklace with a white stone in it, and we
The
found out.
Fuck does this matter?
Well, I'm about to get to that part. All right, calm the
Maldor
fuck down.
again.
Picks
Uh,
himself up.
anyway, we found out
My
that
soldiers. Which is fast.
Yeah, they did. It wasn't us this time, though, to clarify.
Starts walking off.
We've
Mother
been
of God.
sent to kill your dragon,
Continues to move.
but
Just follow him.
Suppose we should carry
yeah,
on.
we'll follow him.
we just kill him.
No,
That
I
too.
will not allow it.
If you hit him hard enough, he'll probably belch flames.
I mean, I can make him belch blood like flames. Shoot him in the back of the head; it'll spew out the front.
There you go.
Flame belch, stop.
So you're going up a little bit of ways, up kind of kind of goes up and then a very steep downwards. So you're kind of cresting down to the mountainside itself. Continue to yell out. Flame Belch continues to move, walking, getting towards the entrance of this cavern and continues to press forward. Where are you? As you come inwards, the cavern ceiling height is roughly 17 feet or so. Stalagmite pillar at the middle with a wrapping staircase that goes around embedded into the earth. Wagons and carts and other supplies dangle about. Stops.
We need to speak to your prince.
I need to speak to my prince.
We
If you
think
wish the dragon dead, we have a means to do so, but we require your cooperation.
Come on! Continues to move.
well,
As you press forward, you hear a whisper coming from the snow. It's Lebrus. Do you want us to follow?
Hey, Flame
Yes.
Belch.
Stops. What?
Just FYI, we also have some guests. They're our ride, basically.
What?
Just stay here, LaRousse.
Yeah, just have them wait outside. There's no reason for them to come down.
They'll probably get stuck halfway through anyway.
That's also true. Stupid dwarves.
Continues to go. Wrapping around the staircase. Going down.
Down, down, down.
Going down, 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 down.
To the green burning fire.
This should go well.
Yeah, scale of 1 to 10 on how bad it can go. Possibly a 12, you know? If we just piss off the entire civilization.
Next time on Ill-Fated.
Luckily,
Next
our
time.
talkie person is here. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So, you
Pretty
begin
sure I
to
have
move.
the eyes.
You begin to round down through the staircase, and as you do, there's little boreholes drilled every so often. Water kind of drips through. The staircase itself, you've yet to ever go through this entrance to where this Malern Flavor of them is going, and it just continues to wrap around this dark and grand bedrock. It's chiseled through in very dramatic, steep fashion. Eventually, you're just rounding down, down, down. 2 hours pass by. You begin to become slightly fatigued after going down so many steps.
Out of boredom, I would
need
count stairs. How many are there?
So many steps.
You guys really need a slide.
Eventually, you reach
Giant
this
fireman's pole.
a corridor opening up as the staircase ends 8 to 10 feet as far as the ceiling height of this beautifully chiseled corridor. Boreholes themselves with the drips of water begin to slightly subside and stop, continuing boreholes of ventilation above at the ceiling scape. Malrum continues to press forward, aimed at a metallic, steel vaulted door.
Is it dark down here?
This is pitch black.
Sweet.
Yeah, no, I'm just walking along a wall with a claw.
I was
then
surprised
just
after
run. I just
hold on.
run right into the fucking wall right here.
Yeah, I was saying you have dark vision. I was actually honestly very surprised that after you just said that, Thanos, that Varys was like, I cast light.
Yeah,
I
right.
cast light.
Do you?
Yep.
He's doing it.
Uh,
He's doing it.
I'm
And he
just
does
so
it
tired of not
after
being able
I
to
already-
see anything.
Run face first.
After you ran into the wall, it's like, bam! Oh, yeah!
Flame Belch eyes me with disdain.
Bangs on it. Kind of a code banging upon the door. Slight movement on the other side. Steps upon metal. Little space to view opens up. Eyes look down, blackish. Gray dwarf. They speak language to each other. It's undercommon language. Passing words back and forth. Jinx.
Can I? Well, no, never mind. I'm not going to do that.
Intricate lock wenching mechanisms begin to happen. It's like gears whining. The door unseals. Steps back. Passes. This way, come on. You have to go diagonal through my doors.
Doors of diagonality.
Around you, this corridor, arrow slits, crossbows aimed towards you. Stone doors sealed and locked to your left and right, north and south. Below them,
And that's
unseen
like these
bone.
murder boxes.
Another murder box. That's correct. You travel more distance, another 100 feet or so. Eventually, as you begin to make way, you come to another staircase. This staircase seems very familiar to what you have used before. 2 ramparts on either side. A 10-foot staircase descends between boreholes in the ceiling. Begin to go diving down. Continuing in the darkness for some time. Feel as if you've traveled for an hour in darkness. Continue forward. No light embraces you, but those with dark vision can see. You're entering into a very familiar area. This area you have seen before upon encountering. The light spell ending, do you light yourself up again?
Yeah. And if they tell me to turn it off, I'll turn it off. But until then, I'm just gonna continue to keep it on.
Okay.
I'm going to actually make sure I stand very close to Varys so that way I don't disappear because I don't want to freak out the dwarves or let them know that I can do this just yet.
Oh, that's right. You haven't been down here yet.
Nope.
Runic, dwarvish, undercommon rune-covered pillar extends upwards to a ceiling height roughly 20 feet. Statues at each corner. There's a metallic door similar to the one riddled here that you have just kind of passed through, but slightly different. 2 of these creatures flank it. Aurum approaches. See them tapping into the stonework. Similar in fashion to how they opened this door before. Eventually, gears winding, levers being pulled. It unseals. Passes through. Coming into a tight corridor with only a 8-foot, roughly, ceiling height. The stone walls are thin. You can hear scriddles and movement of armor and weaponry in the interior space of the north and south walls. Eventually, as soon as you both come into the space, the door shuts behind. The lever is pulled. In front of you opens. All approaches. Goes down. So, sitting upon this space, I'm going to give another description because we have our new party member here. So you have not seen this particular character, this context. Get my notes. A sturdy and stocky male grey dwarf. White hair flows freely into a single braid down to the mid-back. Twin braided thick beard flowing to the chest. Eyes are black, vicious. Many scars upon the face and neck, covered in a dark-stained plate armor, wielding a mithril warhammer, iron shield. Black cloth belt goes around the waist and carries few purses. Gem and jeweled rings adorn the fingers. Around the neck is a gold necklace with an odd white gemstone.
I will kneel and be like, and I will say, hello. We must ask another favor of you that I think will benefit us both.
Aller kneels down, beginning to speak in their language, sidesteps over, stands, turns. Grawl, Prince Grawl Stonefist stands up, moves forward, looks towards the figures on the left and right. Begin to yell outwards. They begin to cast magic. Bubble beginning to form around. Shrouds of fairy-like light as begins to form shimmering barrier. Simply moves the hand for you to approach.
For me to approach.
Correct.
So, the dragon that attacked your men, we have found a way to kill it, but it comes with asking a favor of you. That gemstone in your necklace, we needed to complete a weapon that will destroy the barrier around it so that we can attack it.
Whispers back to you, I can't belch flames. Does that satisfy you, Steven?
Did you say I can?
Can't.
Can't.
But there's a story and a reason why they call me this. See his Grawl begins to phase, begins to move with this purplish white light as it begins to kind of, as this illusion actually breaks. Feeling a figure by the throne, holding on to it. This figure is bejeweled far more, greater. The armor itself, many different rubies, gems, of emeralds, rest around. Also has a circlet, the black onyx, octagonal shape at the center, riddled with diamonds. I suppose my true form is more fitting for friendships such as this. Our agreement led too much, it seems. Be retreating.
But that is the favor we have come to ask from you. I hope it's not too much.
It is an exchange, and in exchange for the gem, we will deliver you vengeance upon the dragon.
You do not need vengeance upon the dragon.
Perhaps, but if it continues to attack you and your purposes,
It will
that
not.
would be problematic.
Our purposes have ended. We'll be retreating back to Jolinja.
So you mean to flee?
We do not need to flee. Our purpose has ended. Our business concluded. Betrayal is not something we take lightly.
Well, in that
Takes
So
off
case,
you
this
only
stone.
meant to stop the Duke.
Takes off the amulet, drops it to your hands, Varys.
wait, you said he handed us the amulet
Correct.
with the stone? Okay, I'll hand it to Tegan. Assuming that he's here, I would
Yeah.
imagine.
Sure.
Say. Thank you. That is, I'm sorry we took up your time, but that is all we needed.
Good luck on your descent back into wherever it is you are going.
What's the head? Do not know who it is that hunts you.
Nope.
Do you?
See one of the mages, the bubble begins to shimmer, change in coloration, snaps the eyes. They begin to speak in their undercommon language. Prince looks towards you all. You must leave now. You can see out undercommon. Speaking to open both vault doors for you. Speaks in common. Run! Grabs the hammer, the shield. Begin to form themselves. Begin ready to fight.
Well, I guess we shall take our leave.
Oh, what
Fall
the
back.
hell?
We got what we came for. Fall back.
We shall leave. Thank you.
I'll wait to make sure everyone else has made it through the door, and then I'll back out carefully.
As you make your way out, the light shining from inside of the room, a purple, pink, cackling light erupts as the door is sealed, shutting them. These the two figures turn, they rotate around as they run towards the south, pushing into the stonework. The room wall caves in, they begin to shovel themselves inwards, disappearing into the tunnels.
Something has them frightened.
Yeah.
We should probably just continue.
Let's
You
go
press
up these
forward,
Time
the
to
earth and the ground begins to shake on your feet as the ceiling begins to fall inwards from earthquakes. You begin to run through as fast as you possibly
Double time.
can, fleeing.
I assume this could be them going back to where they said they're going, and they're just collapsing everything now.
Didn't I hear purple and pink lightning and we were being hunted?
Yeah, that's never a good sign.
No.
It's the land kraken.
At least we got the gemstone.
Yeah, that was easier than expected.
As you begin to run up the steps, shaking still begins to subside, eventually be halfway. You come to the corridor, metal door. Figures less abundant, but still within the space, the arrow slits showing themselves. Activate the scene. Turning and looking towards you, the door shut, locked. One of them speaks, raising the hands, yelling out the language.
Say again?
Speaks
Your
out,
compatriots recommended we flee. Something is coming.
scratches the head, unlocks the door, shifting similar to a vault door, pushes it open. Same purple and pink cackling lightning erupts at your backsides in the distance. Its voice emanates out. Teleports into space. Pale white, fleshed human, silver hair. Reddish robe, golden, red trim. 2 dragons on the vestments of the Archmage robe. It's just walking forward. It's black, purple, and pink cackling lightning around them. Shuts the door, locks it, hears screams and cries.
What the hell?
We need to run. We're running. We're running out.
We want to send a message to LaRousse to be ready to pick us up as soon as we get out this front door.
I'm pretty sure he's going to be ready regardless.
Taking the time now at night, you've successfully traversed. Press out to the snowwork. Wolves themselves coming through, waiting for your return. LaRousse speaks. Just done. You have it.
Indeed,
We do.
We must flee.
We
We are
must
being
flee.
We must
pursued.
leave now.
We should probably find out what what we got here with Tegan.
We
We'll
should
do
leave.
that when we get back.
We could do
Yes.
that in Mondstag.
And while I
Let's
climb
go.
on the wolf, I also have to actually leave.
We were going to go ahead and end it. As
So
you
we should
climb,
stay. We could have taken that guy.
as you climb upon the wolf, get upon. Notices the levers of the pack twitching as they look towards the sky. It's a white dragon. Crashes into this tops of the mountainside, 500 feet above it. Begins to reverse, inverted, crawling down onto the stone mountainsides, begins to move. Avalanche of snow and rocks begin to fall. Levers of the pack begin to run. You notice upon the snow and ice, you are camouflaged as well, as they are running into the forest, disappearing. That is we're going to go into the session.
So, out of character, honestly, I'm going to take a wild guess and say that guy we saw was probably the dragon's changed form.
Yeah, I don't know. That was scary.
All right, so we'll go ahead and
Sad
catch
he
an
killed
experience
all
here.
the
Steven,
dwarves.
if you need to head out, you can head out. I can just tack it on to you, your character sheets. No worries there.
Sweet. Thanks, guys. That was fun.
Yeah, peace out, man.
That was a good session.
Later.
Sad we didn't get to kill the dwarves.
Oh man.
Yeah. They were so
Yeah, we
much
need
nicer
it.
this time.
Yeah, we need an actual strategy when fighting groups, though.
I thought our strategy was really good until Thanos
Well,
walked into
Thanos
it.
is just an idiot and walked into the radiant light that he shouldn't have walked into. If I
Yeah,
didn't do
I was
that, we
about
were
to say,
fine.
other than that,
I
we were.
wouldn't call what we did actual strategy. It's just stumbling into something that happened to work fairly well.
I mean, I thought it was a pretty good idea for me and you to be in the back. You pop your temporary HP boost, and then
Yeah.
just have the big guys in front. I think that's the best strategy you can have, really.
All right, so we have 1,380 experience each, which puts you at 14,433 experience total, which will mean a level up. Work it. Yeah, getting excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm
how
waiting
much
on
is
that.
it? 14.
It's in chat. 14,400. You're at now. All right, so if you are watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Supporting Ill Fated here. We hope to see you again, and we will take care and yeah, have a good time.
Thank you.
Later, chat.
Bye.
Bye.